it says I'm live. Maybe I need a little bit more brightness. Not that much, maybe that much. Put the thing on medium. Alright folks, I think Jackie Tech was just saying plug in. All messages, thank you, that's a good hint. Live chat, all messages enabled. Here we go folks. Another live, great. Yeah, Jasper likes it when I go live. I think the guy's got nothing better to do than watch me all his life and eat lollipops. I don't know. Okay. All messages plug in. Hello Kitty fan, sup dude. All good my friend. Hello, hello. Okay, I'm a little bit late. I was just trying to walk Tina and I just kind of fucked up a little bit. I've got some coffees. I've got 2 coffees ready. I've got a beer obviously because that guy the other day, what was he called? Michael yesterday. I have to keep up the appearance of being an alky bastard. It's tradition by now. They're all warm. I haven't been able to run the fridge all fucking day. Not enough sun. Hi Mike, you've got a great channel, says Robert. Well, I appreciate the enthusiastic endorsement. I wish you could tell some other people. My channel is losing subscribers after the raid last month. It's kind of going backwards. We lose this odd subscriber here, the odd subscriber there, and yeah. It's been an interesting day though, folks. Fama says hello, goodbye. I say hello, you say goodbye. Hello, hello. Hello Kitty. Hello Hannah, hello. Look how quickly you guys are all in here. How do you do this? I guess that because we've had a hello to Tina as well, we better introduce the lady herself. There she is, look. Hey. And you see I've got her right next to the water. Now, in an hour's time, when she's right back there and nowhere near the water, you'll know it's not my fault. I did today, folks. I picked up another chair. Do you see the chair back there? I picked up another chair. Really solid, really sturdy. Don't really know why anyone's thrown it away unless it was part of a matched set and other ones have all broken maybe over the years. You're left with one odd chair and you decide to buy a new set, you throw the old one away. I'm assuming other people's motivations. Hello babe. Hello you. Yeah. It's my Tina, isn't it? We've been cuddling all afternoon. Lay down on the bed. She was laying horizontally across the bottom of the bed, so I had my legs over her, hooked literally over her. So we've been in contact. I don't know whether you'd call it a proper cuddle, but we've had bodily contact all afternoon. That's me and my girl. Me and my girl. That's my Tina doggy darling, yeah. Why the question mark? I don't know what the question mark signifies. Okay folks, shall I do the intro? I guess I should. You are watching Delta Mike down and out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike, that's me, your eponymous hero, star of the show. We all know that Tina's the star, my doggy darling. But Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja, well, down and out. Homeless, a tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode. Some might say a bum. Someone who lives rough, perhaps sleeps rough on the streets, or in my case, in a fucking field. I've rehearsed that a lot over the month, haven't I? I've built that up quite a bit. Description of a song, laugh my ass off. I'll give you a hint. Starts with who? Hold on. you get your tent fixed? No, the tent's not fixed, Rob. The tent is falling apart. The roof is gone. I haven't put the tarp over the top. I didn't feel the need. Actually, it's a nice day and a nice night. I figured, fuck it. Why rush to get straight out there? Maybe tomorrow, or maybe the next time a friend pops round, I'll just get the friend to just help me for it. It'd be easier with two. It'd be a lot easier with two than it would with one. With one person trying to do it, trying to tie off stones and threads and throw the stones over the tent and try and drag the thing over. If a friend pops round, if one of my friends is in town, I have just had a couple leave, but if one of my friends is still in town and wants to come and help me just put the roof over the tent, even that won't fix it, but it'd be better than nothing. Yeah. That came out of nowhere yesterday, those strong winds. Those weren't in the forecast, and even after they happened, they still weren't in the forecast. I've got this menu. Whoa, sorry. The menu won't go away. Go away. You're not gonna go away. Close. Okay, now it's gone. All right. Scrolling. Hannah said, hello Mike and Tina, good evening to you, good lady. Oh Jasper, okay, that's Farmer saying hello to everyone, hello and welcome. I don't know why Tina question mark. Did you get your tent fixed? That was Rob B. Rob B, I don't think I've seen a music release from you today, but folks, go to Rob B's channel and check out his beats, his mixers, whatever the word would be. If you like 80s and 90s music, he mixes it and he boom, 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 you know, all of that. I haven't got the terminology. Ooh. The rains in Spain fall mainly on the plains. No, Fama, you've been here long enough to know that the rain in Spain falls mainly on me. I even have a playlist called exactly that. The rain in Spain falls mainly on me. Oh, look at this. My lamp that's supposed to be charging, the little red light's gone off. Why is the red light gone off? There's two reasons, bad connection or fully charged. I'm gonna go with bad connection because now it's on. That's really annoying. This is a brand new lantern. It was Karen's and she's hardly used it. Wait, from what I'm told. And yeah, it's got a bad connection. I seriously think that USB devices should have multiple charging ports, so that when one falls by the wayside, you just switch to another. I think they should have a minimum of 3. And then when you finally take them to get them repaired, it's no more difficult for the guy with the soldering iron to... It's the taking it all apart that's the difficult bit. The unsoldering of the USB port, or ports, is nothing. It's as easy for him to desolder 3 ports and replace 3 ports. It's as easy to replace 3 as it is to replace 1. It's the taking everything apart to get to that stage that's the difficulty. I know this because I watched Louis Rossmann deconstruct Apple Mac mainboards for years. I was one of the guys that actually watched Louis Rossmann back when he did actual fucking repairs of Apple products, before he became a campaigner for right to repair. Not so much before, I guess it was alongside, but I watched those repair videos. The hard work is taking it all apart and knowing what you're looking for and knowing what to diagnose. Putting a fucking soldering iron on a USB port to desolder it, to loosen the solder and remove the port and then put a new one on, that's minimal work. I'm doing 2 or 3 at once. So if you had 3 charging ports and one went bad, so you use the other, it goes bad. But you've got like 3, 4, 5 years in before you've lost all your ports. Only then do you take it for a repair and have to work out, is it worth fixing or not? Let's face it, you've bought a lantern that costs 17, 18 euros. You're not paying the 60, 70 euros for someone to fucking fix it. I mean, that's just not economically viable. But if you had 3 charging ports, at least you'd get 5 years out of it instead of 2 fucking minutes. Onwards. Why don't you get Tina to pull the other side, then you pull the other? Hold on. What's that? My Tina is a darling. What do we got? I'm not. I've lost. Can't fix. And Farmers putting links in that I can't follow while I'm live. Mike, did you hear about the guy on a Ryanair plane? He got sucked. His wife was holding him in. Yeah. His wife was the only thing keeping him inside the plane. I did hear that. That's not supposed to be possible. Those windows are put in on the inside and they're larger than the window frame. So pressure on the inside, suction from the out, should pull the window tight and make a better seal. It's a lot like submarines. You know, submarines leak like fuck when they're on the surface, on or about the surface. The first 10 meters, a submarine leaks like shit. It's only when they get lower that the pressure makes the seals work better. That's kind of the opposite way around. The windows and seals are on the outside because their pressure going upwards. You've never got greater than a 1 bar. Is it 1 bar? 1 atmosphere pressure difference. Space is easy. On Earth you've got 1 atmosphere's pressure. In space you've got 0. That's what the difference between 1 and 0. That's like nothing. You go down there where there's 10, 20, 30 atmosphere pressures. It's very different. Space is easy. Underwater is difficult. The sky is like halfway between here and space. Should be easy. These things should never happen. These things should never happen. When you look out of a plane window, you can see like the double panes. You can see the 2 panels and the seals, and it should all be good. I usually put lube for that better seal. What? That's not what we're talking about. Farmer Fabrizio doing it. Better fix you with Fox. What? I wish I could click some of these links while we're live so that I knew what you were talking about. When you say better fix you with Fox, I don't know if that's like a Fox News thing or where are you going with Fox? Might not be a brand we have in the UK. We have Fox's Glacier Mints. That's about the only thing I can think of with a Fox. Anybody remember Fox's Glacier Mint? There was a fox and a polar bear. Polar bear because glacier mints. They were clear, transparent bricks. So the idea was that a polar bear was on top of the glacier. And then there was a fox talking to him for some reason, because the company was called Fox, I guess. Scrolling, Michael J. Fox played guitar on Coldplay's song of Fix You in Glastonbury. Really? He can't have much longer left, can he? Question. Is Parkinson's fatal? This isn't even on again. Look, it's gone off again. Do you die of Parkinson's or complications from Parkinson's, or is it not deadly at all? I would imagine that eventually it gets you. Like multiple sclerosis, technically not deadly in and of itself, but you die of complications from it. Is Parkinson's fatal? I'm not like reveling in this question, folks. It's just one of those. You ask yourself a question, sometimes you got to know. Parkinson's disease itself is not fatal, and many people live for decades after their diagnosis with a life expectancy close to normal. However, the disease is progressive and can lead to life-threatening complications. So it's like MS and other things of that ilk. You don't die of Parkinson's, but you die with it, but because of complications around it. The rate of disease progression and how it impacts lifespan varies wildly, depending heavily on individual's age at diagnosis. He's had it a long time though, hasn't he? He was diagnosed very young. Was he still in his 20s? Maybe early 30s. I'm gonna guess 30s. Hold on. How old was Michael, not Jackson, not Michelangelo, A-E-L-J Fox when he was diagnosed? Yeah, thank you, says me typing it in. Fox first noticed a tremor in his little finger before being diagnosed at the age of 29. 29. Fuck. Quite like the bloke. I liked his films, I liked his work. I didn't dislike the guy himself. And my light is still fucking about with this charging. I gotta make sure that one stays charging, because when this one fades, we have to switch over to that one, don't we? Jasper was watching another live channel cycling tour. Okay, he's okay. He's a good guy. Let's not speculate on him, Mike. Sometimes you just got. I just, when I get a question in my mind, I just have to know. It's a curiosity thing. It's always been a problem of mine. I've talked often about my knowledge being wide but shallow. This month, Lubjesa Jubisa Karovic sucked out headfirst after an engine failure resulted in parts smashing an acrylic window during flight from Thessalonica in Greece to Memmingen near Munich in Germany. He's okay, he's a good guy. Let's not speculate on him, Mike. Watching another channel. Yes, Jack, that's right. Engine bit smashed window. Jasper is in Germany and has a friend in Memmingen. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that anywhere near correctly, Jasper. Please feel free to correct my pronunciation. Glenn Tipton, Judas Priest, Parkinson's. Okay. It's one of those common neurological conditions, isn't it? Along with dementia. They share a lot in common. One's affecting memory and personality. It's not just memory. People become violent often when they've got dementia. Alzheimer's and other dementia-related things. Parkinson's is motor control. And then you've got motor neuron disease and other similar things. They probably all have a big overlap somewhere in causes or causes isn't the right word. But the underlying mechanisms, there's probably overlap between things. Terrible diseases. Now, Parkinson's robs you of your body. Dementia, though, robs you of you. If you have a relative who has any one of the dementias, but Alzheimer's in particular, you lose the person. The body's still there. And from time to time you get that. What's really painful is that from time to time you still get fragments of them. Then we'll have a moment of lucidity, of clarity. That's worse than just, like if someone died, that's very sad, it's tragic, you mourn them for a week, 2 weeks, a month, whatever, and then life goes on. But if their body's still there but they're not, except every now and again they are, just for a moment, I don't know what I would do with that. And I know there are some people out there, and there are some people in my audience who are currently coping with that. And there are people like Big Clive who coped with it previously. Terrible disease. They're all three terrible diseases: motor neuron, Parkinson's, and well, any of the dementias, all of the dementias. Scrolling back, liverwurst or liver pork pate. Is there a difference? Oh, one's a sausage versus one's a sausage put in a skin. They're the same thing, but just inside a Memmingen, Baden, Württemberg. I don't know. Jet plane. I'm leaving on a jet plane. Don't know when I'll be back again. John Denver, maybe. 70s, possibly. And then wasn't he a pilot? Didn't he crash a plane and die in a plane crash? Have I got that right? Do I need to check? That looks like I'm being all masochistic if I do that search next. I don't want to be the policeman that searches my fucking Google history. But I've asked myself a question. How did John Denver die? Was he on a jet plane? Probably a prop. How did John Denver die? Tragic plane crash, October the 12th, 97 at the age. He was only 53, for fuck's sake. Oh, he was younger than me. That's quite a while ago, 97, isn't it? Nearly 30 years ago. Flying a small experimental amateur-built aircraft that nosedived into Monterey Bay off the coast of Pacific Grove. So it wasn't a jet plane. Riding on a jet plane. Whoops. I'm sorry. That's crass. But funny. Maybe. To me anyway. I don't care if anybody, someone else might not find it so. I did, and therefore it's not. The light's gone out and it's not coming back on. Does that? No, it was just a bad connection. I thought maybe it was fully charged. It's not. Jet plane, Memmingen, who's barking? Who? Pound, smash, poke, prod, press, push, punch, slap, chop, bump, tap, flick, kick, click, lick, rub, slam the like button. And subscribe, bastards! That's what's he called, Yorkshire... Oh, what does he call himself? Yorkshire chef? Yorkshire Indian. He calls everyone bastard. German man cycling, but his new home, Thailand. What? I don't know. Lebercasse. Those umlauts over the A, I don't know how to pronounce that. Not really liverwurst is different than pate, is it? I don't know. I know nothing. He died in a plane crash. It's my search history. And that's not including the porn, obviously, because bloke. China Grove. Which makes me think of Newcastle for some reason. And Biker Grove. Biker, Grove. Biker Grove. I was an adult, but still watching kids' TV for some reason. With Spoogie and whoever else was on Biker Grove at the time. Joe Lara died of plane crash. I don't know who that is. I know Brian Lara was a cricketer. Doobie Brothers. Cockney said somewhere. Got no idea where. You guys sometimes just post the most off-the-wall fucking comments and I've got no idea. I've got Joe Lara, Cockney, Joe Lara and Doobie Brothers, one after the other. No idea, guys. Hold on. Bear with me. Alright, we're more stable now. When I was touching my phone, it was rocking because the underlying cocoa, the bottle of cocoa powder, drinking chocolate powder was rocking. Now that's more stable. So now you'll get less, unless I deliberately like knock things or do things. Oh, this fucking phone is not phone. This lamp is annoying as shit out of me. It will not maintain a solid connection. I like children's programs. Some I never watched as a kid, says Jasper. I remember all the ones I did watch as a kid, and I'll be honest, I've started downloading some of them. My theory is, I think I've said this before, if I can put such things on a hard drive, if the world ever goes like entirely to shit, if we do find ourselves in a kind of a pseudo, I don't expect like a full like zombie apocalypse or whatever. I don't expect anything daft like that. But I think there's a possibility that someone could like explode a nuke over a country, and that country could be a couple of years without power. If you read about grid infrastructure, they have these transformers, you know, on the edge of every town, or well, you have multiple in any town. But as a nation, they maintain about 4 or 5 in reserve, ready to ship out and put. They only expect like one failure every year or so. So they have about 5 on standby, in case something happens that's extraordinary and they need to replace 2 or 3 at once. But someone explodes a nuke overhead, an electromagnetic pulse, or certain sun flares, if they're strong enough, you could have these massive events that a country just couldn't cope with. So I just figure having, you know, certain films and videos and kids programs and stuff, just having them on a hard drive with a tablet or a laptop or a phone or whatever, could keep people going through hard times if we ever do find ourselves in that kind of situation. A couple of solar panels, an EcoFlow or two, and, you know, a tablet or a TV. I've almost decided, folks, that I need to go and buy another solar panel. Just taking the story back a bit, I guess. I might chance my arm with a refund on these two, because they've been shit. I might chance my arm on a refund, but even without a refund, I've kind of sort of almost got enough money to go and buy another proper solar panel. Somewhere around the €80 mark. Get what I can get in the solid, in the steel and glass way, but put a blanket down on the floor under it for if it gets blown over. Always have a blanket there, and if it gets blown over, it's not going to be entirely protected because we are on solid ground. What about Temu? The thing about Temu is you don't know what you're getting. My mate Ismo went and bought 2 solar panels. He bought 2 of the same, and he got 2 different. Get that? He bought 2 of the same, one for me, one for him. But what arrived were both different. That's the problem with Temu. You don't know what you're fucking getting. It came on a slow boat from China. It took fucking 2 weeks to arrive. And they came multiple days apart. And they're different. That's why not Temu. Not with anything significant. You want to buy a €2 fucking veg peeler, fill your boots. A string of fairy lights for €3, whatever. Yeah, okay. Don't be spending hundreds of euros on something from Temu. I would advise against that ever so fucking strongly. A set of batteries, yeah, a lantern, a lamp, maybe a fan, yeah, why not? But once you're getting up to like 80, 85, 100, no. You don't know what you're getting. You don't know what the returns process is. How do you send it back on a slow boat to fucking China? No. Amazon, whatever the other store's called, they advertised at me earlier. The logo's green. It's like an English name, even though they're in Spain. It's where Karen got these lamps. Karen and I, we went and shopped there. Don't think Karen's here to tell me. Smithy, hello Smithy. Hello. What about Temu? Just not for anything sizable. You want to buy like a bag full of things that are €3 each. Fill your boots with Temu. Well, before they did this thing with the postage, €3 extra on every item. I haven't tried again yet. I've got to go back and revisit that this week. I'm going to try and replicate my order and try and buy from European warehouses so as to avoid. If I'm buying €1.50 set of headphones for $149, $150, €3, What was the word? It's a levy, it's a tax, it's a... There's another word for when it's international trade. Not embargo, it's a €3. I'm sure it starts with a T, but I can't get there. Anyway, don't need that. I'm trying to buy 2 things that are €1.50 each. I don't want to pay €3 extra on each one, just because it's coming on a slow boat from China. If I can buy it from a European warehouse and avoid those tariffs, that's the word I was looking for. I told it began with T. It's in here, folks. It's fucking in there. Oh, let's go. Suddenly a lot of messages appeared at once. Doobie Brothers in China. I like children programs. Okay. No, okay, so it wasn't as many tariffs. That was the word, Jasper. Well done. Jasper got it a few minutes ago. 15 fucking minutes ago. Hold on. 22:37. No, it wasn't that long ago. It's only a minute or 2 ago. Okay, it jumped back and then it jumped forwards, and it baffled me. Evening Wagon Team. That was Smithy arriving. Hello, Smithy. You say donate to Temu. Now you're going on about solar panels. I wanted people to donate to me so I could buy some stuff from Temu, but then the rules changed before I got there, before I placed the order. Well, when I placed the order total, I was aiming for €50. The order came to something like 63 or 65. And then I clicked through to check out and to go to PayPal, and suddenly it was 120 something or other. Each individual item, I was buying things at €1 something and €2 something and €3 something, and each individual item got a €3 tariff, a tax attached, doubling and tripling my order. Now, there was some items that I was trying to buy that were like 16 and 17 euros. The fan with the jets, the water and the cooling and the swamp cooling, the basically a kind of a low budget AC. I was trying to buy some things that were 16 and 17 euros. If they get a €3 add-on, hey, it's 20% of the price. No, it's annoying, but I could probably live with that. But if I'm buying 2 headphones, one with the 3.5mm jack and one with the USB-C connector, and they're 150 each, but they each attract a €3 tax. No. And most of my order was just lots of things that were 1 and 2 and 3 euros. So it ruined the order. I raised money from you guys, and I've explained this already. I'm kind of apologizing. It's still going to go ahead. It's still going to happen. I still want to take that €50 and see what I can get to improve the life of a tramp. We've got the back end of July to come still, and we've got August, which is the real killer in Spain. August is death in Spain. So the question still stands. How would €50 help improve a tramp's life? Now, if I can't buy the stuff on Temu, I'll go across to the fucking Chino Bazaar, which is a bricks and mortar Temu. I want to get it from Temu. If I can get it from a Temu European distribution centre, so that I don't have to pay the €3 tax on each item, that would be my ideal, and I'm going to try and do that this next week. If I don't manage it in this next week, what's the date now? It's the 24th, yeah? Tomorrow, folks. Okay, here's a little aside. Happy Christmas. tomorrow. If you remember, my Christmas was ruined by bad weather. I didn't get to cook a Christmas dinner. And I said to myself, I will try at every opportunity each month. On the 25th, I will try and have some kind of celebratory meal. Last month I came out, I did the live stream. It was too hot, I couldn't be fucked cooking. Tomorrow, I'm going to try. I've got some chickpeas and some lentils soaking over there. I'm going to get up in the morning at some point and I'm going to go to the shop and I'm going to buy either one of those cooked chickens, pollo asado, a roast chicken, or I might just buy a rabbit. If it's in the shop, I don't know whether I don't know the seasons. And I haven't been in a shop in months to see. I'm gonna go to the shop. While I'm there, I might buy some potatoes and some carrots. Maybe a bit of celery, possibly. I've only got 20 euros on my card now, I think. Unless I can contact Karen between now and then and get some more money put on my card. I asked her earlier how much money I had. I had 30, but I've just spent 10. But if I can go to this, I'll have to leave Tina alone, which I don't like doing, as you know. But once every 2 or 3 months, maybe. Yeah. I've got onions, I've got tins of sweet corn, but if I can get either chicken or rabbit, if I buy chicken I'd rather it was the ready cooked one because it's so cheap and it saves me the gas. Join me probably tomorrow afternoon, folks. Probably tomorrow afternoon we'll do a happy un-Christmas, a merry un-Christmas. Maybe tomorrow night I'll put the Christmas tree out again with the lights, just to be a dick. Excuse me. Where was I before I went off on one about Christmas? I was ranting about something else. Oh, Temu and tariffs. Oscar, super enriched. Hold on, scrolling back. Hello mate, I'm from a long time no see. Been away but back. Can't say anymore because of probation conditions? Oh, that kind of gone away. Just glad to be back home. Hope you and Tina are doing well. We're alright, mate. Wirral, who owns Waterways? It'll be Aldi. Aldi's nearer than Mercadona for me. Mercadona's about a kilometre away. Aldi's about 2/3 of the way. It opened newly. It's the newest supermarket. It didn't used to exist, but it's the nearest one. I'll be honest, if I had 30 euros in my account, I'd probably buy the things that I just mentioned, rabbit or chicken, potatoes, carrots, and I might then buy for 7 euros the licorice liqueur, not liqueur. Liqueur is not the right word. It's a licorice spirit. It's so nice. Oh. I'll have to see whether I can contact Karen and get some money put on the card before I go to the shop. I'll be very careful about how much I spend. So carrots are like just over €1 per kilogram. I want to get 2 kilograms. I have to then use them in quick succession. Potatoes are like 6, maybe 7 euros for 5 kilos. So 7, 8, 9. 4 or 5 for a rabbit, or a cooked chicken might be a little more. 12, 13. It's tight, isn't it? Well, the 20 euros will get you the bottle of the licorice. I'm feeding into that Michael fucking dick from last night. You alright, boob? Tina's okay. How will you get that far away already? She's a superstar, folks. For a dog that can't move, she sure can fucking shuffle. Not like when she used to pull herself out of the tent and all around the field. I went to the shop once without her, and when I came back, she was about to start crossing the fucking main road, just pulling herself, just dragging with the front feet, just dragging herself along the road. That's how much she hates to be without me. What's it called? Separation anxiety. Look it up, it's a thing. Oh, this light. Fucking light. If it carries on like this, I'm gonna have to like prop something under the lead to maintain a connection. Used to have to do the same with a 12 volt TV back in the 70s. Had a bad connection, and you had to put like a matchbox under to keep the cable high, and that somehow made a better connection. Smithy name not in chat. Smithy's in chat. You're probably not set to all messages, Jasper. If you've left it in the default top chat, there'll be messages you don't see. You're giving up on Temu. What about Amazon? I haven't given up on Temu. I want to wait. Obviously, they're going to realize that they're going to take a real hit. If everything that people buy at 1, 2, 3 euros is attracting a €3 tax, no one's going to buy that shit. Now, that's only if they're mailing it to you directly from China. If it comes to you if they bring it on a container to a warehouse here and then ship it to you, it doesn't get that same fee, that same tariff. Yeah. So I'm waiting to see how they adjust. I've not given up on them. I'm waiting to see how Temu themselves adjust. Because I'm not taking the hit on that shit. I'm not buying a set of headphones at 150 and paying €3 fucking tax. And then what? Package and posting on top. Fuck off. No. Just no. I'm not doing that shit. Now I agree that China should not be given the special treatment they've had until now. They are a fully commercialized, a fully developed nation by now. We shouldn't be giving them like free postage around the world and letting them take the piss like they have done this last 5 or 10 years, ever since your Temu's and what's the clothing one called? That's another one that's just 5 or 6 letters. I'm not a fan of Amazon, but I use them when I have to, or when they're the best option, when they're the best price, because I'm not going to cut off my nose to spite my face. If I can buy something from Amazon for $30 or €30, or I can buy it somewhere else for 50, it's not even close, is it? I'm not going to pay 50 just, haha, fuck you Bezos, because I'm hurting myself more than I'm hurting Bezos. It's just Spanish for kisses, by the way. Jeff kisses. Jasper was ill for Christmas. I just had bad weather, mate. I had 20 hours of solid downpour, so couldn't cook. But fortunately, my mate Anthony, who was just in the country and who's just left today, and I didn't get to see him. He was here for 3 days, and I didn't get to see him. He got caught up with other affairs, and but my mate Anthony turned up with a proper plate and a Christmas dinner. He arrived at like 10:30, I think, Christmas morning. You could tell from the weather forecast that there was no way I was going to get to stand outside 5 hours cooking a fucking Christmas dinner over one gas ring. That wasn't going to happen. What would cover it money-wise, Mike? I don't know what would... How far behind am I? That was at 22:48. So I'm only a couple of minutes behind. I don't know what we're talking about covering. I had a challenge that I'd put out to people to buy 50 euros of stuff to see me through summer, if that's what we're talking about. And I got the 50 euros, 5 euros here, 10 euros there, 20 euros from someone else. I got 50 euros. So it's covered. I've already got that money, if that's what we're talking about. 5 hours away from keyboard. Buy some booze making ingredients. Booze making. Okay. So I have yeast, but it takes a day or two to activate. It's really, really dead. I have to put into some sugary water and wait for it to kick in. I could buy another box of yeast, I guess, while I'm there. I mean, all you need, and what? Some sugar. I don't know that I know where sugar is in Aldi. I know where it is in Mercadona, and you can buy it in kilogram, 2 kilogram and 5 kilogram bags. And you can also buy brown. No, I don't think I've ever seen brown in Mercadona. I've seen brown in Consume, brown sugar. Yeast and sugar. I want to buy flour. Used to be you could buy a 5 kilogram bag of flour. I haven't seen that in years, but then I only go to the supermarket twice a year, and I'm not generally looking for flour, but this time I would be. Again, bread making will be on hold until after I get a new solar panel. These two are... It's Spain. It's the middle of summer, and I'm bringing in 30 and 40 watts. It's pathetic. It's literally pathetic. It would stir up pathos in you if you were watching me trying to manage my day, trying to manage my fridge, wondering if I can run the fan for a little bit because the tent's getting too hot. It literally would stir or enamor pathos and therefore be pathetic. Yeah, don't know. They've been a real disappointment, I'll be honest. I remember the attempted Christmas dinner disaster. Your second attempt a few days later was better. Yeah, except for my gravy. My gravy was very lumpy. I maybe should have passed it through the sieve. It was very lumpy, quite gelatiny. Tasty. Texture wasn't bad even. It just looked bad. But the Christmas dinner itself, yeah, I cooked on about the 20th. It was about the 28th by the time I got to actually cook a Christmas dinner. Here's George. Evening, mate. Hope you're well. I got you some jarred potatoes and jarred veg. You did indeed. Put that in the pot with your chicken. I think I've eaten them. I have. I've eaten them already. I just took a fork to the jar and ate them. I'm gonna have to buy some actual potatoes. Yeah, sorry. They've already gone. See you soon, George. Yes, September, I think you said, yeah? Farmer says, pound, smash, poke, prod, press, push, punch, slap, chop, bump, tap, flick, kick, click, lick, rub, slam the like button and subscribe. Look at that. I managed to read in a straight line. No stuttering, no hurdles. It's almost like I'm intelligent and can read. Who knew? Okay, folks, there will be people out there who don't know what they're watching. You're watching a tramp in a fucking field. A Britishman, an Englishman, trapped by circumstance in Spain, would you believe? I know, you've never heard this story before. A combination of circumstances, there's always a combination of circumstances. Bank says I'm not me and won't let me have my emergency funds, which was I opened a bank account, I put 7 or 7.5, I don't quite remember. I put thousands of pounds in a bank account as my rainy day fund. And then COVID happened and other things, and my main bank account ran out of money, so I went for my rainy day fund. And I tried to transfer some money from my rainy day fund to my normal bank account. And the bank said, yeah, great, that's gone through, no problem. It'll be there within, 20 minutes. Okay. 20 minutes later, no, I ring back. No, didn't go through. Turns out your account's been kind of closed, not closed, what do they call it? They have a word. What's a volcano that doesn't erupt for a few hundred years? The volcano, dormant. Your account has been declared dormant. Do you see that? I can't remember a word, but I can remember to give myself a clue to the word. It's there, folks, it's there. The brain's fucking damaged, but I get a way around it. My bank account was declared dormant, and the only way that they would reopen it and allow me access to my money is if I go back to the UK with my passport and 3 other forms of ID, like a water bill, electric bill, etc. You see the problem here? A, even if I could get back to the UK, I'm not going to have a fucking UK water bill, gas bill, electric bill. B, I've got a legal thing here where they kind of are keen on not letting me out of the country. Arrested me at the airport that time I tried. Trapped by circumstance in Spain. I asked my bank, can I just go to a lawyer or a notary? Can I get them to confirm that I'm me? No, that's not good enough. You have to stand it, not just in a British bank, you have to stand in your branch, they said. So that's kind of the story. I'm trapped in Spain. I can't get access, without access to my money. I can't get the legal help I need to clear the legal problem. I can't get out of the country to claim my money that's in a bank. It's not a lot. Like I said, it's, 7 grand, 7.5. I can't remember. The intention was to transfer 15 grand over, but I was doing it in 2 halves. And for some reason, when I looked at the account once I was here, there was only 7 or 7.5 in. I don't remember the exact amount, but it wasn't 15. It's like the second payment never made it across. I don't know what happened to that. I have to chase that up at some point. So whether I've got 7 grand somewhere or whether I've got 15, I don't know. That's a bit weird in and of itself. But here I am living in a fucking field with a dying dog whose body is collapsing from under her. Poor thing. My Tina girl. Hey babe. Anyone new here doesn't know, when I walk my dog, I put a belt under her waist, strap it twice around my hands, and then I carry the back end. And she walks with the front end. The last couple of months, the front end's been giving way. So I'm wrapping her lead tight around my arm and pulling upwards to give her front end a boost. So she's got no back end. She's walking with the front end which is collapsing, and I'm picking that up. I'm boosting that. She's lost control of her bowel and her bladder, which means that when I put her on the bed, I have to put her on newspaper or puppy pads, something like that. Something absorbent to take care of the little mistakes, the little errors, the little incidents that happen. I don't think we've got too much longer. But I don't want to talk about that, so we'll keep moving. Amazon is your best bet. The delivery is good. Yeah, you know, Amazon deliveries haven't gone bad for me. They haven't gone bad. Some major purchases, I bought direct from EcoFlow. The guy came and just handed it me out the window. He didn't want a signature, he didn't want to see ID. The address was the Man in the Field opposite Repsol. Fucking in this area of Torrevieja. And he came, he just threw it out the window. 260 or 70 euro purchase, just handed over to a guy in a field. No signature, no ID, no nothing. Other times, somebody tried to send me a phone once when my previous phone broke. The guy in Norway tried to send me a phone, and I saw the delivery driver turn around and go at the top of the road. He just turned and went. No second attempt, no third attempt, no attempt at contact. Just fucked off. And that phone never made it back to the guy that was trying to send it to me, as far as I know. Delivery's a little bit sporadic when your address is the Man in the big blue tent in the field opposite Repsol. You know, opposite the petrol station. It's a little bit awkward. All messages, Jasper, yeah, that's the... If it's brown, flush it down. If you've got a toilet, I don't have a toilet. You don't see all messages. So there's a cog above chat. It's either a cog or a burger menu, a 3-line menu. You click that, and the default option is top chat. And you don't accept top chat. You always have to go live chat, all messages visible, or something it's labeled as. For me, that's how it's labeled. Live chat, all messages are visible. Your wording may vary depending on whether you're on an app or whether you're in a web browser. But above chat, there should be some kind of control, some kind of cog or burger menu, a 3-line menu. That's where you see that. As of 2026, it jumped. How far back? Oh God, here we go. Temu operates local warehouse fulfillment in the following markets: United States, Canada, United Kingdom, Germany, France, Italy. Yeah, once it's in Europe, it should be without tariffs. But the problem is that Temu, like Amazon, is a platform for other sellers as well. They're not just selling things themselves, they're selling on behalf of other people. And it depends what order you pick and who the seller is and how they operate. Okay, you carry on. Italy, Spain, Netherlands, blah 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 blah. I see messages, but when he says hello Smithy, not in chat, there's no button to view all messages. I don't know, mate. I can't explain that. What happened to Tina's chariot? I haven't been able to view. What have I missed? The chariot's still here. The problem is if I put Tina in it, her front legs aren't there anymore. She face plants on the floor. I have to hold her up. And that together with the fact that 2 directions from here, like up. So one direction is the sea, so we're not, you know what I mean, we're not going that way. So of the other three directions, two of them are all uphill and really steep hills. If you watch the video where she first got the chariot and she ran up that hill when we went up and over and down into Tweeties, it's a really steep hill. She couldn't do that now. She couldn't begin. We can't get to the end of the road without her face planting twice. When I first get her up in the morning and I get her up and off the bed, I have to be really, I have to, before I get the one that's around, the belt that's around her waist, I have to get the lead that's tied to her collar. I have to pick the head up and get her up and off and out the tent before she starts peeing. As soon as she's kind of halfway off the bed, she starts peeing. Probably the belt pressing on things, pressing on her belly. So we had good use out of the chariot for that first. It's about a year ago now, isn't it, that we got that? The first 3 months it was great, but then Tina's legs started to give, and we didn't go as far. We started limiting ourselves. There's a bar 500 meters that way. We went and met some friends there one day. We walked down there with the lady, Sanja, the lady who jury rigged the she adjusted the chariot, the doggy wheelchair. The lady that adjusted it, we went out one day and we had some beers down at this first set of bars, 500 meters that way. But that became our limit for a while, going that far. There and the stairs on the, not stairs, so what I'm looking at, chairs, the chairs on the top of the cliffs. That became our limit. And then gradually, Tina just couldn't do it anymore. No. Yeah, top messages is not where you want to be, Jasper. Top messages filters out about 10 or 20% of messages. So you'll see me saying hello to people and you've not even seen them arriving, which is what I think happened with, was it Smithy? Live chat on left, X on the right, 2 dot lines besides, press them, pick all messages. That's what Jack Attack says. You need to switch to all messages. Mike, will you be watching the total solar eclipse over Spain in the daylight? Will be dark, 12th of August. It will be, it'll go dark here. It'll be too low for me to see, I expect. It's late at night, it's 8 o'clock or more. I think the sun will already be, it won't be over the horizon obviously, but it'll be behind the buildings. I'm outside the zone of totality, but I think we get something like 94% of totality, I think I read. I won't be able to see it. I'll experience the darkness, but the sun will be so low in the sky, it'll almost be sunset anyway. It'll be behind buildings. I'd have to climb one of these hills and disabled dog. I'm not going to be climbing any hills in the foreseeable future. But I'll experience the darkness, and then it should pass. Even though it'll already be sunset, it'll get light again. Not light, like it's not going to get sunny, but it is late at night. 8:20, 8:30, something like that, if I remember correctly. So yeah, we're just outside the path of totality, Valencia. It's a couple of hours north, I think, maybe 2, maybe 3. That's right on the line of totality. We're in the kind of the shadow band around it. top chat or all chat with spam. Yeah, all chat with spam. That's top chat filters out what it thinks is spam. And apparently Smithy saying hello was classed as spam and hidden from you. I've even had situations when I'm on Scruff Dogs where it hides my messages from me because they might be spam. I posted a couple of comments. I suddenly realised that I was in Top Chat and I couldn't see my own messages. And when I went to all messages, or live chat all messages visible, suddenly I could see me. It hid my messages from me because they might be spam. Fucking YouTube. All messages still couldn't see Smithy in chat. That's weird. It won't rewind chat enough to see those messages now. Northern Spain is in direct path of eclipse. Yeah, I'm in the southwest. Southeast. Fuck. Dickhead. Don't mistake it for night, Mike, and think you missed live chat, all right? What day of the week? What weekday is it? I've seen the date, but I don't know what weekday it is. Is it a day when I would be live? I probably will go live anyway, just for the shits and giggles. I think I'm almost there now. I think I'm almost caught up. How you sit in the same place without moving? I'm on a seat, I'm on a floor, back on seat, back on floor. Yeah, I guess because I was an office worker for 20 odd years, 30 odd, fuck, let's not talk about how many years. Because I worked at a computer. I sat down all day long. So I would do this, guy. I would get on a bus in the morning and ride a bus for 10 or 15 minutes into town. Go at the bus station, sit down, wait for a train. Catch the train to Manchester. Ride the train to Manchester for an hour, hour and a half, whatever the fuck that was. Go to work, sit down for 8 hours, bent over a computer, and then reverse, you know? Go to a train station, sit down and wait, sit on a train, all the way to Lancaster, sit on a bus. Wow, lots of sitting all day. 11, 12, 13 hours a day. I've told the tale, I think, of when I fell asleep on the train and was woken up by someone farting really loudly and everyone laughing. And when I woke up, I realised it was me that had farted. One of my proudest moments. Cheers, folks. Oh, that got warm. Gonna go get another one in a second. But yeah. So when I do stand up and stretch my legs and I unfurl, I'll be sat on a crease. Right now there'll be a crease somewhere in the back of these trousers and it will be digging right into my flesh. And I won't feel it yet until I stand up. But when I peel the trousers off and pull that fabric out of that crease in my flesh, that'll be a relief. That'll feel nice. He said, don't date to Temu, now you're going on about solar panel. Rewind it, we just before you made this comment. Never eat shredded wheat is how you remember the directions. Yeah, NESW, yeah. Yeah. The points on a compass. And then you learn about the points in between, the northeast and the southeast and the southwest and the northwest. And then you learn about north by northwest or west of west of northwest, and those other, and you keep bifurcating each quadrant and each octant. I guess octant, would that be a word? Quadrant, octant, not sextant. 16. Do you say sextant? I don't know. Anyway, you keep splitting in half those different segments. West of north by northwest, north of north by northwest, all of that. It gets pushed out, Jasper. 12th of August, Wednesday. It's a Wednesday. Oh, okay. Well, it's a Wednesday, so it's a Scruff Dog evening, but he won't be live until like 10:30 or my time. So we're not going to clash if I do go live during the eclipse. I don't think I'll have visuals on it. I'm pretty sure it will be down behind the buildings by that point, at that time of year. We'll see. It's what? It's only about 2 weeks away, yeah? 2.5, less than 3 weeks away. Tony, Akadaka. Hi, Delta Force Mike, Tina, and all. Akadaka, folks. Top donor. One of my top donors. I don't want to be crass, and but top man. Cheers, mate. Oh, here's Farmar again. Do I have to read this again? I only just read it not long ago. Pound, smash, poke, prod, press, push, punch, slap, chop, bump, tap, flick, kick, click, lick, rub, slam the like button and subscribe. Never eat soggy Weetabix. Okay. Abbreviations for message. Octopussy. What? Octopussy. 8 cunts, as we called her. No, shush. That's not what you called. Abbreviations. No. Well, initialisms where it's just the letters. Or then you've got words like laser that are actual. When you can form a word out of them, you have a different word, and it's not going to come to mind, is it? Initialisms like NCIS and stuff like that, that's an initialism. But when they form a word like laser, light amplification by the stimulated emission of radiation. Acronym, is that right? That's the word. I couldn't get the word. TARDIS, time and relative dimensions in space. TARDIS. When it forms a word, it's an acronym. If it's just a bunch of letters, it's an initialism. Now you've been educated. Eight. Andy's computer tube. Hello, mate. I'm just about to run off and grab a beer. Oh, mnemonic. When you want to, that's like Richard of York gave battle in vain for the colours of the rainbow. That's a memory hook, a memory device. Mnemonic. We say mnemonic, but which way round is the N and the M? It must be the N first. Mnemonic. Otherwise we wouldn't say mnemonic. Yeah, no, that's a cognitive framework that we hang things from. Like yeah. Richard of York give battle in vain. Silly old Hamish go to Haggis travelling over Aberdeen. That's sine equals opposite over hypotenuse. Caught a Haggis. Cosine is adjacent over hypotenuse, and tangent is opposite over adjacent. That's trigonometry for you, all summed up in one silly little mnemonic. Silly old Hamish caught a Haggis travelling over Aberdeen, and it pleases the jocks as well, because Hamish and Haggis and Aberdeen and things. I don't know if it pleases them or annoys them, but that's my version of Sokotoa. Do I know any other mnemonics? I don't think I do. The Richard of York gave battle in vain for the colours of the rainbow, and the different ratios, sines, cosines and tangents. I'm sure I must know some more, but nothing comes to mind. I'm going to go get that beer, folks. Are we an hour and 20 in? We are. I was a couple of minutes late starting because logistics and dog. Something just flew into me. Give me a second. Tina's not direct. No, you're a good 18 inches behind, darling. I can move right back. Give me a second. Oh. Okay, folks, I'm back. I've just had to turn my fridge on. I don't want to. There isn't enough power in the EcoFlow, really. It's only on 40%. But I had to. The fucking temperature of the fridge is almost ambient. 19 degrees, my fridge. Because I haven't had the power to run it today much. It's on 19 degrees. What is it now? It'll be about 30 out here. Maybe a little bit less. Let me get the tablet and see. Whoa. Oh, look, I got a fucking... You again. When this lamp runs out of power, I've got to put the other one on. So I've got to make sure it's at least charged when I turn it on. Current temperature is 28. What did I say the fridge was? To say 18. So it's not quite ambient, but it's, you don't want your fridge running at fucking 18 degrees. Let's have a look. 28 feels like 34. That's the heat index, as the Americans would call it, I believe. That feels like temperature. 28 feels like 34. That's why I'm still here with my man flesh hanging out. I assume you can see this. There's no t-shirts on the chair behind me. These lights don't seem very bright behind me either. And they're all, hold on, you're not supposed to be dangling down there. You're supposed to be hooked over there to balance it up a little bit. Something like that. Something like that. I haven't opened this yet, folks. This is not even, well, I guess it's cool. It certainly ain't cold. Maybe I should drink the coffee instead. I've got 2 cups of coffee alongside me, both wide open. The moths could land in there at any moment. Oh, that's even worse. Because the water was warm, like water that's been sat in the sun. It's not even cold. I wanted cold coffee. Who's Scruff? Scruff Dog, single F, SCRUFDOG. He is a forklift truck engineer, mechanic, whichever word you prefer. a guy. So a lot of the guys here now came to me through a chap called Big Clive. And Big Clive is like this electrical genius who he buys tat from Temu, and then he takes it apart and tells you whether it's dangerous or and then explains the schematics and how it's working and the different components and whether it's good or bad. At Big Clive, once a year, works on the Edinburgh Tattoo and the lighting, the electrics team that do the lighting. And when he's busy and can't do his show, Scruff Dog offered to step in. So he's a member of the audience with a small channel, but offered to step in and kind of fill the gap while Big Clive was away. And so we all started following Scruff Dog. So Big Clive to Scruff Dog, and that's where a lot of these guys. Let me look through who's here. Who's here from Jack Attack is Jack Attack and Fama. I think Andy is also from over that way. I'm not sure whether it's Big Clive or Scruff or either. Some of you guys, I built up my own audience, and some of you came via the by that pathway of Big Clive and Scruff Dog. Farmageddon, okay. Queen Elizabeth I had a spy called John D. He signed his name 007. Is that real? Is that for real? Didn't know that. I should remember Johnny Mnemonic. Okay. That was one of the early ones with Matey Boy, wasn't it? Keanu. An early Keanu film. Was Bill and Ted his first? I expect. But yeah, Johnny Mnemonic. Have part of your brain replaced with electronics and then store things. Have your own memories wiped so that there's space to store someone else's data, and then you're like a data broker or a data deliverer. That's not the right word, but yeah, a transporter. Yeah, hello to Meatloaf Backwards Almost. I still think that there's something political in the name. File, Fina Foil, Fina Gale, Fina, I don't know. Abbreviations of Norway? Where are you going with that? Abbreviations of Norwich, okay. Skyfall was great, but I was referring to when Mike said quadrants and octo. That's where we got to octo. Okay. That's a box, Mike. What is? I've lost context. Village government. Village government. Where are we going there? Village government. If you go historically, you'd be looking at what, like a tribe, the tribal elders. Most villages grew up from farmsteads. They were family derived until they grew to a certain size. I don't know where we're going. Bottom live TV, Norwich Knockers out, ready when I come home, but Knockers is with Norwich. What? That's Bottom Live TV, Norwich. Knockers out, ready when I come home, but Knockers is with Norwich. I'm declaring that as gibberish. I've got no clue what that even is. I need an explanation. Necesito an explication, por favor. More of a fridge than a fridge. Yeah, 19 degrees is a box. Yeah. I just don't. It's been cloudy. It's been hazy with clouds, so we haven't had proper sun. But it's been muggy and hot. but I haven't had the power to run the fridge or the fan. This is why I'm saying Leroy Merlin. I couldn't remember the name of the fucking shop before. There's no way Leroy Merlin is a fucking Spanish shop. Someone tell me where Leroy Merlin originates from or where they're based. In fact, why don't I tell me? It's got to be English, Leroy. Well, it could be Jamaican or fucking something, but that seems less likely. Where is Leroy Merlin headquartered? Head office, I'll do. France, Lille. Leroy Merlin is the least French sounding fucking name I've ever heard in my bastard life. What are you talking about? Leroy Merlin is owned by the French holding company Adeo, which is majority held by the Mouliez family through the Association Familiale Mouliez. The Mouliez family is one of France's wealthiest business dynasties. So why is it called fucking Leroy Merlin, which is like about as British as... Well, like I said, British but possibly West Indian influence. That the whole Leroy thing. I'd literally never heard of them till I was out here, and they seem to be everywhere. I'm gonna have to turn this one up. No, that one up a bit because it's getting so dark. And then I gotta make sure this one actually fucking charges because it's not doing. What am I gonna do? I'm gonna put something under it. I haven't got anything to put under that connection. I just gotta leave it to. This isn't even now. It's not bright enough, is it? That's on full. Full, medium, bottom, back to full. It's not good enough. I'm gonna have to switch to the other lamp shortly. Roy Gbiv for the rainbow colours. Yeah, Richard of York gave battle in vain. Yeah. Jack, this was happening before, but why is chat translating comments? Translating? Really? Usually you have to click on comments to translate them. Paddy Tourmurray. Alright, Mike. Long time fan, first time writer. Well, hello, my friend. You're more than welcome. I'm always happy when people step out of the shadows and come and say hello. That's always a good one. 23:26. Time 10 minutes behind. I will try and catch up. When I text, phone live goes off. When I text, phone live goes off. Have you switched between apps and come back in, you mean? It can do that sometimes. Yeah, you go back to top chat. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. Yeah, violet who? No, violet, yes. Indeed. Indigo and violet, people don't really... These are shades of blue or purple that people don't really know anymore. Loose taste if it freezes. Beer, yeah. If stuff freezes, it, yeah. This is, I mean, it's not warm, it is still cool, but 18 degrees, this is the temperature that the fridge reports, and I've said before, it's the air temperature at a specific point inside the fridge. It's not real. The food and drink in there doesn't vary as much as the thermometer kind of reports. Thermal mass, it has a, what's the word? A dampening effect. Temperatures don't change that rapidly. It lies, basically. Farmer, are you speaking in code? I've got a fucking thing running across, like a biddy running across the top of my phone. Roy Beef, Richard of York gave battle in vain. Colours of the rainbow, everyone knows this. It's a mnemonic. What was the other one? I only know one other mnemonic, do I? And now I don't know it. What was it? I mentioned it before. Oh, we had the never eat shredded wheat one. Compass points. I do know another, and now I can't think of it. I mentioned it earlier, I'm sure I did. And there's a Clive Scruffy, yeah, okay. Sod it, time for piddle. That's Jasper off to the loo. Love this scene, says Farmer. I can't click it, so I'm out of the loop. Now we're mentioning Norwich and Norks. Okay, boobies. See, you mentioned Norwich, I just think Delia Smith, which isn't exactly my first thought when I'm thinking about breasts and Norks. No, that's not. Boobies, that doesn't work here. We're not on, I don't even know what they're called. Those third-party broadcasting apps. Yeah, the ones that scruffing people use. Leroy Merlin was founded in 1923 in Rux-les-Mines. Mines. They tend to dribble off at the end, don't they? The S's don't get sounded, I don't think. Lol, Leroy. Adolf. You don't meet many Adolfs anymore, I don't know why. It's a little bit like you don't meet many Myras in Britain. For reference, anyone who's foreign, we had some child killers in the 60s, and there was a male and a female, and the lady was called Myra Hindley, and suddenly the name Myra went out of use. There are almost no Myras. You don't meet many Adolfs anymore. Wasn't the last Adolf the bloke who ran Adidas? Adi Dassler, and Adi was a nickname. That was a shortening of Adolf Dassler. Adidas, which is why it's not called Adidas, by the way, for those of you that have been mispronouncing it for fucking 50 years. Adi Das. Adi Dassler. It's not Adidas. Stop trying to be posh. No, I just wanted to hide my Meatloaf name from a Muppet in a forum show I joined back up. He never knew it was me. Okay. Rick Mayall, Aid Edmondson, Bottom live shows. They're fantastic. Bottom, the TV shows. But yeah, the ones where they're on stage are genius. I love them. I watch them periodically. Andy is in stealth mode again. Adolph, Leroy, and Rose Merlin. Okay, that's where the Leroy Merlin comes from. Rose Merlin doesn't sound French. Adolphe doesn't really sound French. A married couple launched a business in northern France. AU stock American. What? With AU. The original name of the shop, which sold American Army surplus. Okay. Hide my meat. Ooh, laugh my ass off for, yeah, until Mike said Meatloaf the last few chats. I hadn't seen it. Yeah, he told me it was Meatloaf backwards, but I spotted it wasn't quite. It's almost, but not quite. Relax, Andy. Anything good to eat? Maybe a simple, nice sandwich and an orange or a peach. What have I had today? Oh, I just cracked open a tin of the white beans. Canelli, whatever they're called. That's all I've had. Just me and a spoon which is why I'm kind of sort of looking forward to tomorrow. I don't know exactly. It'll all be made up on the fly. I've got chickpeas and lentils soaking since about 10 o'clock this morning. So by tomorrow lunch, it'll be just over 24 hours. So that should be great. I'll cook the chickpeas for an hour before I do anything with the lentils because the chickpeas just always take longer. I mentioned this the other day. I've never had great success with dried chickpeas. I'm gonna go shopping. It's either gonna be a rabbit. If I can get a rabbit, that's my first choice. 4, 5, 6 euros. If I can't get a rabbit, I'll get a pre-cooked chicken, pollo asado, roast chicken. It's not just roasted. What's the word? It's been on the spit. There's a word. I'm not going to get the word. When things have been spit roasted, not the sex term before you start from it. I'm going to move this over here. I'm going to have to grab this. Whether it stays fucking powered or not, and it's not staying powered, I'm going to put this on. It's not coming on. 3, 4, 5, 6, there we go. Brightest, middle, bottom. Okay, we'll go bottom for now because that's brighter than anything else has been. The little blue lamp was on to indicate it was charging. Now it's not. That's fucking annoying. Okay folks, where are we? We're only an hour and 40 in and already my primary lamp has given up the ghost. That is not a good sign. My EcoFlow here is down to 17 and I have to keep an eye on the one that's powering the fridge in there because that only had 40% and the fridge was very hot. Give me a second. Excuse me while I just... it's down to 34% already. It's output. This time of night, look, it's 64 watts running the fridge. I'm used to it running at 30 watts. It's just so hot. Because it's still, what did we say it was? Not quite 30, is it? 28 here. And it was 18 in the fridge. Let me open the fridge app and see what the fridge is running at. How far down? We're down to 14 degrees from 18. But we've used about a quarter of the power. It was on 40%, it's now down to 31. We've used a quarter of the power to drop 4 degrees Celsius. I don't know that it's worth pushing it much more. Get it down somewhere around 8. It's hot, warmer than a fridge should be, but I don't think it'll harm anything in there. There's butter, there's marge, there's a bit of cheese, there's beer, there's water and Tinto Verano. I've still got Tinto Verano, Karen, if you're out there. Karen's Tinto Verano is still, the summer wine is still there. Gonna do chicken in white sauce from a can with rice and steamed veggies, says Andy. That's not in theory. See, I don't know what I gotta wing it a little bit tomorrow. I said before, I've only got 20 or so euros on the card. Unless I can get Karen before the morning and put some extra on. And while I'm there, I would like to buy some of that licorice spirit. It's so Moorish, it's so gorgeous. I'm like, was it Edmund? Lion, Witch and the Wardrobe. Was it Edmund? With this Turkish delight from the Snow Queen or the White Witch or whatever she was. Turkish fucking delight. You'll have that guy from last night coming back and saying, see, told you, Alki. It is really nice though. On the 3 visits per year that I get to make to the supermarket, it is nice to bring a treat back. Don't you think? I haven't noticed the translating. 10 sites the global DIY and 10 sites the global DIY and home improve. I think I got cut off midway. So the Brits will go in and buy stuff thinking they're supporting UK. Okay. Awesome, very good, Andy. I always say I don't care whatever is made, just that it's made at home. It's so much better for you. Yeah, it's Americans, and I don't know so much about Canadians, but my impression is you guys, well, the Americans in particular, eat out a lot more often. COVID was like a fucking revelation to me. There were people that didn't have 2 days food in the house. There were people that didn't have any food in the house. They were so used to just going out to the drive-through. Every meal, like 3 meals a fucking day. Or well, at least 2 of them. What? I'm a tramp in a tent and I've got a month's worth of food here, probably. It's a case of pairing it up and actually building a meal. I had a friend I used to live with, and he would look in the cupboard and he'd say, there's no food in, only ingredients. Always made me laugh. Some people are like that. They can look at like a tin of minced beef and a pack of rice and a tin of tomatoes and some onions, and they can't see a meal. There's no food in, only ingredients. The fuck are you on about, lad? Scrolling. Awesome, very good, Andy. I always say I don't care, okay, whatever's made, just that it's made at home. Yeah. You get to control the sugar, the salt, the fat. I'll be honest, when I used to buy mince, I always used to go for the really lean stuff because I didn't understand that the fat carries the flavour. So I'd go for the 15 or 20% fat. Now if I was buying, I would go for the 70-30 if I was buying mince. Whether it's pork or beef or whether it's a mixture, it doesn't really matter. But I would be looking for the fattier. But even that's not too bad. You know, it's real fat. It's not fucking polyunsaturated or saturated add-on plastic gloop. The fat that comes from the animal isn't going to hurt you, is it? It's natural. It's that's what we ate. That's what cavemen ate. When they ate a mammoth, it had fat. Mammoths and fucking woolly rhinoceroses and saber-toothed tigers or whatever the fuck they ate. It's natural. It shouldn't be harming you. Buenas. Hey. So all the Brits will go in and buy stuff thinking they're supporting the UK. YouTube automatically detects if a comment is in a foreign language. It puts a link underneath usually, and you click the link to translate it back to your language. The target translation language matches your Google account or device language settings. I have a thing at the minute where half of my Google searches come up in Spanish. Even the AI stuff. Half of it comes up in English and the other half comes up in... And I sometimes I just have to kind of repeat the search and add in English at the fucking end. Don't know what that's about. I guess it's detecting my location and making assumptions or presumptions. Look by your comment, Jack Attack. Village government has the translation symbol, at least for me here. I don't get any translation symbols in chat here. It's not super healthy, but could be worse. Alright, thanks Jack. I need to delve into it and disable that feature if it's that. UK Richie, hello my friend. Another one of the top donators steps into the chat at 39, and that's about 11 minutes ago, maybe. Quarter of an hour ago. Okay. Mike, when you was in the toilets in school, did you ever piss up to the cistern? I did, was the only lad who could. Oh, when the cistern was a box way up high. We didn't have that. Our toilets had them down, sat on the back of the loo, but the urinals were well, they weren't individual urinals. It was the trench in the ground, ceramic, but one. But we used to pinch the end and have it squirt as high as possible. I don't know that I ever got that high, but we used to have... Oh God, my mate Stuart Granger. Same name as a film star, yeah? Stuart Granger. Jewish lad. We three of us stood around the same loo one time having a piss. Having a waz, as we would call it back in the day. It was a waz, it wasn't a piss. Piss was a swear word, you weren't allowed piss, but you could say waz. I'm going for a waz. But he was Jewish. He was different. He was shaped different. Circumcised. But we didn't know. We didn't know what we were looking at. Yeah. Cheers to Stuart Granger. My friend and the film star, I guess. Yeah. The soft drink in Germany, if you cool it, it becomes alcohol. What? You cool a soft drink, it becomes alcohol. How long do you have to cool it for? Presumably there's yeast in there that's been suppressed by the cold temperature. Sorry. No, how would that work? When you cool it, it becomes alcoholic. I was thinking it would be suppressed by cold, and when you warmed it or allowed it to get warmer, the yeast would thrive. But you're going the other way. That sounds unlikely. Pretty healthy, Andy. Chicken protein with vegetable fibre, very good for you. I've lost track of that conversation. More in chat today. There are more people taking part, yeah. Some of you guys that come and lurk. Jack Attack's often here, but just lurking, and he's actually active in chat. For one. No symbol this end. No. Hello UK Richie, said Fabrizio, farmer. I tried to get my 5 a week. You're supposed to get 5 a day. It was supposed to be 10 a day. And the government dropped that because they thought it was like fucking unworkable. They thought no one would go for it. 10 portions of fruit or veg a day. But then you see that like ketchup gets counted as a portion of your fruit and veg. This is how big business gets in and screws you over. Ketchup is like 50% fucking sugar and a little bit of tomato. But it counts as one of your 5 a day. Big business, folks. In America, the food pyramid. Fuck, that's an abomination. Big business got hold of the FDA. They're in control because they get charged to certify food and drugs and things. The FDA are like they're puppets on a string. Do you want our fucking money or do you not? Dance, dance, FDA, dance. Be our bitch. Politics. Yeah, Jack, I think it might be what you posted about it being a setting in an account, most likely on my end, says Farmer. Hide the sausage or keep asking her to play that game. I'm not. Reconnecting. You are live. Hide the sausage. Okay, here I am. Maybe it would show if you posted in French. I don't even have the ability to type. Jack's doing well. It did translate it for me. What do you see, Jack? Jack's got a message retracted. It's going well. How you translate? I'm doing well. I typed ça va bien. I don't know ça va. Oh, ça va. It should be with a C, with the that little number 5 thing underneath. C with ça va. Oui, ça va bien. French. How are you? I'm okay. Oui, ça va bien, merci. Et tu? Fuck. Schoolboy French. It's about as far as I got. It changed it for me and it changed yours, Jack. Spit rolled. What? Spit roast. Okay. That was a while ago. Are you behind, Jasper? You might not be as up to date as I know I'm 10 minutes behind with chat, but I was talking about spit roasting chickens half an hour ago. What's the word I'm looking for, folks? The device, when your oven has that rotisserie chicken. That's the word I was fucking looking for and couldn't get to because sometimes my brain, it's in here, but the neurons just don't fire like they used to. I see Sava. Okay, you posted Sava, yeah, with the, there you go, there's the C. What's that called? I need to know. Google. What's the little 5 under the C called? Cedilla. Is it? I think it is. I pick up a fucking tablet to look shit up and then I get the answer. Because why wouldn't I? Here we go. Name of the little 5 under a C in French. It is Cedilla, I'm fucking sure of it already. I know the answer. Question mark. Make it a fucking question mark, you cunt. Name of the little 5 under a C in French. The little hook, a 5-like mark under the letter C in French is called the cedilla. La cedilla. Do you pronounce the L? Is it like Spanish? Cedilla? Cedilla. How to pronounce or pronounce? I got it before. I'm quicker than fucking Google. Maybe. Tinto Verano sounds almost like sangria to me. It's very similar. So sangria is red wine with, I think, a cola type drink added. And then fruit juices, orange or lemon, actual bits of fruit and ice. Tinto Verano is red wine with a lemonade added. Now it can just be a sparkling water, but most sparkling water that you buy in Spain is actually a weak lemonade. Like a, you know, if you go to Aldi or Lidl and buy a lemonade, it's a crappy lemonade. It's not like a proper lemonade. It's like 20 pence or 30 pence and it's really weak lemoniness. It's that. What do they call it here? Gaseosa is one of the things, and there's a second one, but they're the same thing. It's carbonated water with a slight citrus. It's not like a Fanta Limon, which is like fucking bright yellow. It's not that. What about mead? Oh, do you know what? I've got plenty of honey here. It's kind of got crystallized. You know when it gets warm and it turns to a crystal. But that's reversible, isn't it? That doesn't have to stay like that. Mix in a bit of water or something, or a bit of lemon or something, and that reverses. I could do mead. I've got about three. I think I've got 3 squeezy bottles of honey. How do you make mead? Is it just the honey? Do you mix it with water because it feels like it would be too thick if you just put yeast into the honey. You got to water it down first, surely. And yes, I'm calling you Shirley. I don't know. I see it's going well. This is fun. I see it's going well. I'm doing well, so it's definitely changing it for me. Need to delve in deeper. Oh, excuse me. Fabrizio says, pound, smash, poke, prod, press, push, punch, slap, chop, bump, tap, flick, kick, click, lick, rub, slam the like button. And subscribe. Or at least consider it. If you've not subscribed, why not? I'm gorgeous. I'm delicious. I'm topless. Get on it, doggone it. What's he called? Oh, I can't remember now. He's got numbers. He's a YouTuber who drove a little bit. And now he's a NASCAR driver. Proper real fucking NASCAR driver. 332. I gotta look it up. I can't remember the guy's name. That's terrible. I do know this. This is a guy that I did watch quite a bit. Imagine you're watching a YouTuber and he says, yeah, in my spare time I drive a bit. And the next thing you know, he's a fucking NASCAR driver. It's not quite Formula One, but, you know. Hold on. YouTuber becomes or became NASCAR driver. Question mark. No, not Cletus McFarland. Not Garrett Mitchell, Cletus, whatever, no. Not Cletus. Can I type that? It's embarrassing that I can't remember the guy's name. Not George Siciliano. No. Oh, that's the same guy. Transition from Cletus McFarland. No. Anyone? If I say friend of the lawyer, what's his name? He got into the wife swapping thing. Minnesota. What's his name? He's in law in Minnesota. Oh, this is bad. I'm going right round the fucking houses. Rekieta law. Rekieta. Friend of Rekieta Law. Rekieta Law. That's not how you spell friend. It's not fucking Ellis George or Cletus fucking McFarland. I give up. AI can't get me there. I'm sure there's a 332 in his fucking car number. Should I type that in? I'll type 332 in and we'll see if it gets us there. Has any of you, did anyone get there? I'm going to go at the bottom. Oh fuck, that's a long way. Bush, no. Stephen Percy, no. Can't beat a... You can beat an egg, but you can't beat a... Yeah, there we go. I know that one now. I'm not saying it. Sangria is red wine and fruit, or white wine and fruits. Definitely, I would go red. But it's a tourist. The Spanish don't drink it. It is very much a NASCAR driver. I'm going to say 332. No, fuck off with your Cletus and your George Siciliano. I might have 332 wrong. It might be quicker just to look through my subscriptions on YouTube. I don't know why I can't get the guy's name. Subscriptions, all. Oh boy. If I rank them, not by A to Z, but by... Oh, you're kidding. You can't rank them by most followers. Most relevant to what? Oh, this is not going to work. I've got thousands. It's not going to work. I'll just keep scrolling a little bit in case he's in the first half. But what are the fucking odds that... I'll probably just scroll right past him. That's annoying. I'm halfway through and I haven't seen him. Or at least I haven't recognized the name if I did see it. I hate when my brain's like this, folks. I really do. No, I'm gonna... Nope. He got sponsored by the Comic Artists Pro. And I don't remember his name now. Oh, my fucking head is a cabbage. Ethan Van Sciver. Famous comic book artist. He's sponsored. Does that get me a latch? Does that get me a hook to pull up the guy's name? Cam, hold on. Cam. Is he a Cameron? Cam. Ah! I hate my head. I'm scrolling. Red wine with fruit or white wine and fruits. Champagne added or soda water. Yeah, it makes it fizzy. You can heat it to get it back heating double boil. What? Andy says interesting. I don't know what was interesting. Nothing I said, I'm sure. What's the between egg and a white? Yeah, you can be... You can beat an egg, you can't beat a good spot of self-pleasure. Stephen Piercy, no. Bush, no. Dennison. Cody Dennis. It is Cody Dennison. Wow. You got there about 3 minutes ago. What's his handle on YouTube? Camelot331. Fuck. Did I say 332? Fuck, my head is a piece of shit. It is Cody Dennison, Camelot 331. Well done, Jack Attack. You are my personal fucking... When my mind doesn't make the connections, you get there. You're a hero. Give us a clue. Give us a clue. Lionel Blair? Una Stubbs? Michael Aspel, maybe, as the host. Give us a clue. It's a book. It's a film. It's 5 words. It's first syllable. Yeah, all of that. Lightning McQueen. Oh, that's Cars, isn't it? Is he a musician? Oh, I don't think so. He dances. He has a big gay following. Very big gay following. Gets his kit off at the end of the night if enough people donate. So, YouTube donations, YouTube super chats, they get coloured based on the amount. If they're in this category or that, reds and oranges are the top kind of categories, and yellows and blues or greens or whatever are lower down. But he's like, whoa, there goes Freddy with a red, whoa, and it'll be like $50 fucking dollars or $100 or whatever. And if he makes so much money, if he gets so many donors at so high a price, he'll take his top off and do a snake dance thing at the end of the night. Cody Dennison. Well done, Jack Attack. I'm impressed. I couldn't get there. Brain fog or AI fog? Brain fog. My brain just... You would not believe some of the... What was it I pulled out of here the other day? Last night, I guess it was. I pulled some shit out of here that I must have learnt when I was like 4 years old. Oh, it was the Mount Rushmore, Dakota... The Black Hills of South Dakota Mount Rushmore thing. I had no idea where I knew that from. I must have been somewhere between 5 and 7 when I learned that. And it was this vague half idea of a half memory of kind of sort of thinking I knew something, but it was spot on. Sometimes I pull these things out of, like out of my ass. Sometimes I'm right. Sometimes the world has changed and they're not right anymore, but they used to be. I still blame the fucking Hadron Collider. In my world, it was the small Hadron Collider. I don't know when it became the large Hadron Collider. We changed universes at some point. Mandela effect and all that, folks. That little fucker on the Monopoly board definitely had a monocle. On the box. He definitely had a monocle. I don't care what anybody says. Give us a clue. That shows a charade. I see what you did there. Charade. It was Cody Dennison. It was indeed. 331, not 332. You see, off by 1. It was just an off by 1 error that stopped me getting the right answer. But you watch a guy talking with a lawyer on YouTube, and he says, "Oh yeah, no, tomorrow I won't be online. I've got to go. I've got some driving to do." And a year later, he's a fucking NASCAR driver. I don't think it's top rank. It's You know, like Formula 1, 2, 3. It's probably down in the under echelons, in the under rankings. I don't know how it works. I know nothing about NASCAR except they just drive around in a fucking circle, well, an oval. It's not like F1 where there are corners and, you know. Camelot 332 boring. Yeah, but 331 is lovely. I like the guy. Fred and Barney, Flintstones. Meet the Flintstones. From the town of Bedrock, there, how's it go? There is something or other right out of history. It's a place right out of history. From the, it's never shown now, is it? That Matt Groening bloke, he took he took the Flintstones and updated it to the 80s. And that's it. That was the Simpsons. And now the Flintstones are kind of relegated to history. That you don't even see them repeated on TV anymore. The Simpsons took over. The Flintstones are gone. I was always a fan of Dino. If you know my real name, you might know why. I'm not Mike. Delta Mike is not a real name. Nobody's called Delta. Oh. Ouch. Ouch. The creases are really digging into the scrotum, folks. Scrolling. Well, whoa, it jumped. Well, when describing to her it became the Large Hadron Watch, that's not okay, yeah. That's the old joke, isn't it? About 6 inches. Yeah, no. The Jetsons, not Jetstones, Jetsons. That was the Flintstones taken the other way into the future with spaceships. Didn't take off. I don't know about in America, but in the UK that never really happened. We've seen bits of it, but it was never wasn't a big thing. Pink Panther, on the other hand, Saturday night after Grandstand finished. The Pink Panther, the Rinky Dink Panther. Have you ever seen a panther so pink? It's the one and only, truly exceptional Panther, Pink Panther from head to toe. Not the Peter Sellers thing, the cartoon. Henry Mancini, it was the same tune, it was the theme tune, wasn't it? Da-da, 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 da-da. And he'd get out of the back of the he'd get out the boot of the vehicle. Trunk, if you're American. And then go into, was it a posh hotel or something they'd go into in the opening credits? Okay, Kato. I saw him being interviewed on Northwest Tonight, which was the Granada TV. Was it Granada TV or was it BBC Northwest? There was like a Peter Sellers like memorial, like 20 or 30, however many years it was after his death. They did this thing, and the TV interview was like, "Hey," I can't remember the guy's name, the actor. "Hey, what's your interest here? Why are you here?" She had no idea why he was fucking there. She's interviewing him, got him lined up there on live TV. And she didn't know why he was there. Bert Kwong, it was indeed. Yeah, but and this Northwest Tonight or BBC Northwest presenter, Bert Kwong, why are you here? She had no idea what his connection to Peter Sellers was. It's one of the most cringe TV interviews I've ever seen. Oh, speaking of cringe, let me tell you this one. About an hour before I went live tonight, I was watching, oh man, I don't know how I ended up on this. I was watching some reaction channels, and it was this guy who purportedly knows music. He's got the headphones on, he's got the cans on, and he's going to watch. People have told him this band that he's never heard. Well, he didn't know whether it was a male artist, a female artist, or whether it was a band. Some unknown band, some unknown entity. Everyone's telling me to watch Queen. And he says, and it's from this thing called Live Aid, which I think might be a concert. And I'm like, you purportedly know music, you've never heard of Queen, you've never heard of Freddie Mercury, and you don't know what Live Aid was, and you know music. It's the biggest fucking concert in the history of mankind. Co-staged Wembley Stadium, Europe, and in, I think it was New York on the other side. Phil Collins performed at one, jumped on Concorde back in the day when supersonic passenger. See, this is how much we've regressed as a society. We used to have supersonic passenger flights. Phil Collins performed early at Wembley, jumped on a plane and went across to America and performed on the other end. We're literally talking about the biggest concert in the history of humankind. And this 30-year-old bloke was fucking clueless. Never heard of it. Never heard of Queen, never heard of Freddie Mercury. I found it totally fucking unbelievable. And then you watch, was it 21 minutes or 23 minutes of Freddie. He was asked once, what instrument do you play? And he said, the audience, darling, the audience. And you can see it. And what's even more unbelievable is that 3 or 4 weeks before that concert, he wasn't sure he was well enough to even sing. He got on that stage and he fucking dominated it. Both David Bowie and Elton John were up later after him, and they both said, how the fuck do we follow that? I'll be honest, Bowie did alright. Bowie and Mick Jagger dancing in the streets and all that. But how does someone who purports to know music not know Queen? I find that, I think it's performative. I think that they're lying when they do that shit. You can't be into music and not know Queen. And Live Aid, is this some kind of concert? And then they look and it's Wembley. The old Wembley Stadium held 80,000 people when it was a football match. But then you've got the fucking 3/4 of the football pitch covered in additional people. And they look at it and they just go, oh! The old Wembley, folks. Wembley back in the day. When Live Aid was announced, I was nicking off school. I kind of technically left school. I was in what's called sixth form, 1985. Me and Stuart Duckworth were playing pool on the pier, the central pier in Morecambe, and we heard this announcement on Radio 1 about this. So Band Aid, the pop song, Do They Know It's Christmas Time at All? That had happened the Christmas before, in aid of Ethiopia, the famine in Africa. And then like 6 months later, they announced this fucking concert. And they start listing the people that are going to be there. 3 of the Beatles are going to be there. The Rolling Stones are going to be there. And they're just, Elton John's going to be there. David Bowie's going to be there. I don't think Queen was announced because they were one of the last to confirm, because Freddie was dying of AIDS at the time and nobody knew. He'd only told his bandmates 3 or 4 weeks before the actual appearance, like I was saying before. He had to practice and practice and practice to kind of get his voice back and get his fitness back and be ready to stand on stage. And then he put out that performance. But what gets me is people who claim to know music can claim not to have heard of Queen. I don't know who or what a Queen is, this guy was saying. Someone said Freddie Mercury, I don't know what that is. Someone said Live Aid, I think that's a concert. A concert? It's literally the biggest concert in the history of fucking humankind. He's only 30 or so. But still, how can you not know, how can you claim to know music but not know Queen? I'm going backwards. Rascally Rabbit, Suffering Succotash. Isn't succotash a drink? Isn't it like, it's like our dandelion and burdock. It's one of those root beer type things, as Americans would call it. But not the germaline flavoured one, not your Dr. Pepper. Daffy Duck freaking phone. I'm rediscovering Burger King, man. The flame broiled burgers are delicious. Croc Turnbull, you've spelt it right for once, making fun of trans. Well, you know, it's easy to do. Along with Bugs Bunny, Elmer Fudd, Daffy Duck, Elmer Fudd, Daffy Duck, Meep Meep, the Roadrunner Coyote, yeah, Bert Kwong, okay, Kato, that was, yeah. Most Americans keep waffling, so I avoid their channels. Simple Times, Kato, yeah. Haha, yeah, used to watch Pink Panther on Sunday. I thought it was, wasn't it Saturday after, I'm sure it was Saturday after Grandstand. Between Grandstand, but before Doctor Who or whatever happened after Grandstand. Jetsons, Wilma! Yeah. When describing becomes a lad. I think I'm back to where I knew Fred and Barney. It was Cody Dennison. Okay, I'm scrolling forwards again now. I got back to where I know. I'm coming back through Kato and Bert Kwok. Croc Turnbull making fun of trans. I haven't seen that. The last I saw is making fun of British. There's that girl with the ginger hair complaining about how hot it is in Britain. And she says, oh, it's 21 degrees and I can't cope. And you're like, shut your mouth, you silly cow. Rediscovering Burger King, Daffy Duck, frigging phone. What? Oh, the typing, yeah, I got you. Farmer, you tried fire burgers? Rascally Rabbit, Suffering Succotash. That was Daffy Duck, it was one of his phrases, wasn't it? You are despicable. Laugh my ass off, Jasper, this is Farmer. Laugh my ass off, Jasper. Better to pound for burgers than eat them. Better to pound for burgers. I think he's trying to be rude again. What's up, Doc? Yeah, that's the rabbit, isn't it? Of course you realise this means war, says Jack Attacked. Of course you know this means war. Don't know. Farmer, do you look at mantelpiece before you poke the fire? Acme rocket skates. But only if you've got a picture of a cave on the side of a cliff. It's really annoying when they drive through the fucking tunnel that you've put a picture up. Yeah, okay. Come on, up. That sounds like Speedy Gonzales. Arriba, underlay. I never did work out that. Arriba is up and away basically. But the array part or underlay part. Arriba, it's up. And the underlay, I always thought it was the stuff that went under carpets, but it's got to be andar. Andar means to walk, it also means to go. Andare? Andare, Andale. I'm not sure. I never did decipher. Let's ask. Hold on. You know, when you've got technology. There's no point living in Spain and not learning a bit of Spanish, right? Speedy Gonzales' catchphrase. Gonzales. Would you say catchphrase? Catchphrase. In Spanish and English. And English. Andale, andale, Arriba, no, it's Arriba, andale, isn't it? Is it not that way around? Which translates, hurry up, let's go. Arriba. Manos arriba is hands up. Oh, up. Come on, up. Okay. Oh, come on, up. Yeah, so it is up. I thought it was. Arriba is up. The underlay, so it's not underlay. It's not the stuff that goes under your carpets, folks. If that underlay is kind of let's go. It actually, andar is to walk or to leave. So yeah, underlay, we go, they go, I don't know, something like that. Let's go. It's up and away. It's basically Superman, but as a mouse. Like Mighty Mouse. Here I come to save the day. Mighty Mouse is on the way. Scrolling! Jessica, what? Paddy Cake. Jack with, what's her name? What? I gotta go backwards. Please, Eddie, don't throw me out. Come on, up. You got there before me. Sumac flower cones make a cold, delicious drink. Also can make hot. It's like you can use dandelions to make. You can use the flowers to make almost like a honey, a golden jam. You can use the stalks and the leaves in cookery. You use the roots. You can roast the roots and make a coffee. Or a pot, dandelion and burdock pop. Acme rocket skates. Mantelpiece before. Okay, whoa! I was there or thereabouts. The great man. Denise was a bare-knuckle fighter, a little raging bull in the 18th century. Lived in Paradise Row, East London. His great-grandson was Peter Sellers. Really? I'm going to say Dennis rather than Denise, no? What have I missed? Translated again. I'm on live chat, yeah? I think I'm up to date, folks, am I? Let's jump to the bottom. Oh. The fastest mouse in all Mexico. That's Ozo. Roasted wheat husks. Wheat that you can brew like coffee. I don't know about that. It's only recently I've learned that you can grow corn in England. Penfold of Danger Mouse looks like Robert Fripp. What is a Robert Fripp? Arriba. It is above or up, yeah. Manos arriba, the police shout when they point their guns at you. Manos arriba. Manos arriba. Hands up. Are you alright down there, babe? Is there any kind of cleanup needed? I think you should come closer to your water. Come and get your water. Here we go. There's water for Tina. How's that? I know you don't like being dragged around by the neck. I don't like to do it. Here we go. Got a bit of water. Go on. Have a drink. We've been online a while, haven't we? How long have we been on? 2.5 hours. Is that right? I came on at 10, yeah. I didn't come on early today. 2.5 hours. Have some water. It's there if you want it. You don't have to. I'm not forcing you. It's okay, babe. It's okay. I'm springing you so you have the option. Alright? That's my girl. Oh! And this is a light that doesn't seem to be charging properly. And the original light isn't worth having on anymore. This is the one that I can't charge with the power port. I just have to go with the solar on top. Takes 2 days and doesn't last a couple of hours. Hence my rant earlier about how USB devices should all have 3 charging ports. Nearly out of beer again, folks. Gonna have to go, where are we? This is my second can of beer, 2.5 hours in. I'm coming to the end of can number 2. Obviously a raging alky. There's a tow company in Florida that's called Camel Tow. Oh, that's clever. I like that. I got yobs arguing up on the main road. Ole. Reba, yes. Penfold. Okay. What's a Robert Fripp? I don't know who or what that is. Probably a musician, but let me prove my ignorance. Robert Fripp, English musician and composer. Okay. 80 years old. Progressive rock band King Crimson, which I've never heard of. Something running through the field right now. It's not the guy that's married to Toya, is it? Hold on, scrolling. Yeah, okay, it's the guy. Okay, so Toya made a name for herself during lockdown, jumping on a trampoline with her boobs bouncing about. It's the husband. It is the guy. I don't know. What was it? Crimson Tide or whatever it was called. I don't know that. I don't know him. But I know Toya Wilcox. Everyone my age knew Toya. But boobies bouncing on a trampoline. Sorry, ladies. The testosterone's kicking in again. Pepe Le Pew. Baby Le Pew. Pepe Le Pew. I thought I told a pretty cat. I did. Tweeties. That's a fish and chip shop down here. My friend Anthony, who couldn't get here today, sent me some money. I considered ordering Tweeties and having it delivered. But you got to go through these apps, and your €10 fish and chips suddenly becomes €16, and then the cunts want a tip on top. I couldn't begin to. I will probably wait. This is going to sound terrible, folks. I will wait until I get my freedom back, if you know what I'm saying. I will wait until Tina's no longer here, and then I'll go to Tweeties. It's going to be weird being able to get out and about again. I don't know how I feel about it. I feel bad just talking. I'm talking about her not being here in front of her. I feel bad just for that. Hey babe, Daddy loves his girls, you know that. You know that. Even when you're gone, I'm going to talk to you every day. Um, I can't, like, think about it. A €10 purchase becomes €16, and then they want a fucking handful of money as a tip on top. I can't do that. I'm a tramp in a fucking field. I can't spend €20 on one meal. I just can't. Now tomorrow I might spend €20, but I'll be buying either a chicken or a rabbit that I can break down into at least 6 portions. I'll be buying some potatoes that will cook 8 meals, maybe a 5 kilogram bag of potatoes. That's got to be at least 8 or 10 meals or equivalent. I'll be buying a kilogram or 2 of carrots, however far that goes, and I might get a bottle of spirits on top for the same €20 that would have been one meal today. I'll be eating like a king for a week with drink. I don't know how they justify these things. If you schedule it properly, the guy who's coming from Tweeties to here, it's only 1.5 kilometers. He could make 2 or 3 other stops on the way if things are, if things line up properly. Or go on and make some more deliveries there. It shouldn't be that expensive. You spread that cost amongst 3 or 4 deliveries. €10 shouldn't become €20 under any circumstances. That's just pitiful. That's just pathetic. That's just wrong. And up with it I will not put. Famously, Winston Churchill did not like that sentence construction. Technically a correct sentence construction. Up with which I will not put. It's more normal to say I won't put up with it. But that's incorrect, grammatically. I taught her to a Tweety Bird on the pew, Puddy Cat, Robert Fripp, King Crimson, classic cartoons. I did. I taught her Puddy Cat. I say. I say. Is that Elmer Fudd? I say. I think it was Elmer Fudd. I like Shane of the Jungle. That's like a Tarzan piss take, yeah? Probably, I don't know. Here I come to save the day. Mighty Mouse is on the way. I say, boy, that's Rooster. I want to say Coburn, but that was John Wayne. Rooster. Redhorn. Redhorn Rooster? Is he? Wasn't he a spin-off from Tom and Jerry? There was Tom and Jerry, there was Butch the dog, and then there was Foghorn Leghorn. Foghorn Leghorn, maybe. In my head is a spin-off from Tom and Jerry, but I don't know whether that was just a crossover that maybe I wanted. Next, Kim Crimson. Next, you say you never heard of Elvis. I love Elvis. I've spoke many times on this channel about Elvis. The greatest, clearest, most precise male vocal ever, in my humble opinion. Crystal clear. There's no vocal fry. There's no messing about. It's crisp. It's clear. Possible contenders. Gentleman Jim Reeves, when he wasn't beating his wife about the head. He was a very, very good singer with a very, very good voice. Elvis himself proclaimed Roy Orbison to be the greatest male singer. think he had a little bit more vocal fry about him. I love that. I love the crisp clarity of her voice, which is Karen Carpenter. When it comes to women, that I don't even think there's a contender. Some people will say Carole King. For me, it's not even close. With Elvis, there's a couple of contenders for who's the best male voice. When it comes to women, Karen Carpenter all the way. It's not even close. Lots of female singers I like. Tammy Wynette. Later Dolly Parton. Early Dolly Parton was very screechy. Didn't like it. There are a few other female country singers and what have you. Dolly is a conundrum. Her early stuff is very fucking screechy. It's difficult to listen to. Great songwriting, but it needs other people to sing it. A lot like Bob Dylan. Fucking great songwriter, terrible singer. I don't know why people rave about that cunt. Terrible singer. Needs adenoids or tonsils or something. He needed... There's something not fucking right about the bloke. Great singer. Great writer. Terrible singer on most tracks. He gets away with it on some because it suits the kind of music. How many roads must a man walk down? That one, he kind of carries that one. That one kind of works. But most... And yet, Nobel fucking laureate now, isn't he? He got a Nobel Prize for writing. There isn't really a Nobel Prize for songwriting, but it was for lyrics, for poetry. Nobel fucking laureate. Guy can't sing. Sorry, the guy can't sing. What do you do? What do you say? I'm sure this is like this is going to be viewed as a like an extreme take, a radical take. Toya's always trying to promote her channel because Robert Fripp guitar is terrible. That's a hot take. I think she might be stabilizing Mike. Toya looks good for 64, 68. Do you owe her one? Foghorn Lakeout, yeah, 6 have disappeared. 6 what? 6 people who are watching. Great minds. Don't be cruel to a heart that's cool. Don't be cruel to a heart that's cool. Elvis. As a kid, I hated Elvis because my mum played it so much. But then I grew to love it because my mum loved it. It's funny how that happens, isn't it? It's funny how that happens, especially once they're gone. Once your parents are gone, you revisit those moments and those things. Yeah. Then Fox has just... I was 18 in 29. I was 18 in 29. I don't know what that means. I was 18 in 29. 1986 November, Birmingham, Odin, Warlock and Wasp. I don't know what that means. You're speaking in code. You're like a Navajo code talker. I think they were Navajo. I think they were Navajo. Just let me check that. Fuck. Now I've got to check shit because I've just said random stuff again. Pretty sure Navajo code talkers were a thing in the Second World War. If you wanted a code and you didn't want the Germans to be able to understand, how many Germans were speaking Navajo? Navajo. How do you spell it? Code talkers. V-A-J. I went with H. It's a J. Navajo code talkers. The Navajo code talkers were a group of bilingual American Indians, Red Indians if you must, who created and used an unbreakable military code based on the complex Navajo language during World War II. Their fast and secure radio messages helped the US Marine Corps win key battles in the Pacific. See? Jerry didn't know Navajo. And even then the Navajos were speaking in code amongst themselves. So it wasn't just, hey, let's speak Navajo. Jailhouse Rock, perhaps? Is that where you're going? Oh, that was a good one. November Brim, Golden Warlock and Wasp. Yeah, I don't know what that means. Keyboard wouldn't let me finish, said Jasper. And then Farmer said Jailhouse, and then says can't help. Keyboard errors, damn phone. In the heat, my phone has been really playing up through the day, not accepting touch. Or wasn't it the other day? I was trying to do something, and it kept. I was just dragging my finger on the screen to scroll, but it thought there was another contact on the screen, and it was treating the two as a kind of pinch to zoom. Well, unpinch to zoom. I was only moving one finger. Yeah. No, what can you do? Jailhouse. I think you're going to be Jailhouse Rock if we're going with Elvis. It's very gay song, very gay. It wasn't really a music video, was it? It was a film. But that set piece, that very, very gay. It was all coded very, very gay. The Jailhouse Rock. Very warm beer again, folks. I'm going to have to go get another one shortly. Alright, that was at 54. So that's up to date. I'm up to date with chat, folks. What am I going to do? What do I do once I get caught up? When you guys slow down with your typing and suddenly I don't know, I was 18 in 29. I don't know what that's a reference to. Or the message before it, then fuck. Don't be cruel to a heart that's cool. What are my favourite Elvis songs? Let's have a think about that one. The whole I Just Want to Be Your Teddy Bear one, I quite like that. Viva Las Vegas, let's do Elvis films. Viva Las Vegas I think is my favourite. What was she called? She died a couple of years back. The female Elvis she was called. I do like watching that film. It's different to most of his other films, which I also like, but if I type female Elvis, will it just name her? That's not who I was going for, not Janice Martin. Let's go a different route. Viva Las Vegas. Characters or style acting. Las Vegas basically means what? It's not meadows, the valleys. I think that Vega is valley. Viva Las Vegas. 64 film with Anne Margaret. Indeed. Anne Margaret. Elvis was a good looking dude, wasn't he? In those days, before he became a fat pleb. But good looking dude. Got the black hair, had the hips, the voice, could dance a little bit. Unlike Fred Astaire. How'd it go? Can't act, can't sing, can dance a bit. Boy, did you get that wrong. Well, I guess he got it right. He could act, he could sing a bit, but he could dance. Could he dance a bit? Can dance a bit. Right, I'm scrolling in case anybody's here. Jailhouse Rock, can't help. Keyboard errors, damn. Jailhouse Rob dropped the soap. Oh, gosh. 1829 is an error. Is it? Okay. 69. Farmer. 69 if find nice lady. Cruel. Don't be cruel. Bombadee-dee-dee. I prefer celebrate. I got my thoughts there safer. No boring Elvis. Elvis isn't. There's nothing boring about Elvis. It's one of my guilty pleasures. A lot of the films are tosh. The one with Donna Douglas. For anyone who doesn't know, that's the blonde off the Beverly Hillbillies. The buxom blonde. What was that one? The guy's done her dirty. Wasn't filmed well. The cinematography was terrible. But I like the ones that. What was the film where he's in Hawaii? He's come back from military service, probably German. I don't think he was in Korea or anything, was he? No, that would be in the 50s. Elvis, military service. Oh, it might have been late 50s or 60s. He was probably just stationed in Germany. But in the film, he's come back. He goes to Hawaii, meets up with his friends. They have a lawu, whatever the word is, and they make a trench and have a fire. When the fire goes out, the hot coals, they wrap a pig in banana leaves maybe, and cover it over. Lawu, whatever the fucking word is. Anyway, that was a good film. I like that one. But he's that guy, isn't he? He walks into a bar, he picks up a guitar and he starts playing with the band and everyone loves him and he gets the girl. Because he's Elvis, for fuck's sake. Why would he not? 69 is Bryan Adams, the summer of 69. I have mentioned multiple times on this channel. Got nothing to do with the summer of 69 has nothing to do with 1969. Hound. Ain't nothing but a hound dog. Not going far more links, it's all Elvis. I don't think Jasper likes Elvis. Elvis was the king. What actresses you fancy, Mike? Asks Jasper. Oh gosh. The modern ones, what's she called with the boobs? The American girl with the boobs. She's got good genes. Not the greatest face in the world, but boobs. I'm a man. Boobs. I don't even remember her name. I got to look her up now, haven't I? Why can I not know? Why can I not name her? What do I even type? US actress. Best to put a space between US and actress, don't you think? US actress. Got great genes. Which I'll go with the genes with an S. Yeah, with, you know, the JEA. Sweeney, Sydney Sweeney, that would be her. She's a little hottie. Not the prettiest face ever. You want to go back like historically, you could go like Lauren Bacall, you could go Sophia Loren. Oh, those were gorgeous girls, gorgeous ladies. Who else? I'm not a big one for kind of lusting after stars. I don't think. Pammy in her day, yeah? Pammy Anderson before she hit the wall. See, that's sexist as well, isn't it? Actresses that you fancy. I don't know. There's kind of so many, but at the same time, how do you pick them out? How do you recall them? Marilyn Monroe, back in the day. Turns out she might have been a bit of a slut. Going out at weekends and just shagging randoms, like lorry drivers and guys that she picks up in a bar. They're all like, hey, you look like Marilyn Monroe. And she's like, yeah, I do a bit, don't I? Without telling them that it was her. That's a little bit weird. But she was a bonny lass. Large chest obviously helps. Guys were kind of suckers for that kind of thing. You want to extend it away from actresses, you can go page 3, girls, can't you? We've done this before. Sam Fox, Linda Lusardi, Suzanne Mitzi, who had an unfortunate end, it appears. I don't know, who do I fancy? Elizabeth Taylor. When she was young, I mean, she piled the weight on in the later years, and all those, well, she had about 8 husbands. 6 of them were Richard Taylor. Is that his name? Richard Taylor? I think that was his name. Yeah, the Welsh guy. No, Elizabeth Taylor, Richard. Wasn't he a Taylor? Is that where she got Taylor from? Richard Burton. Fuck, it was. Well done, Farmer. Sorry. Barbarella. Jane Fonda. Oh, okay. Yeah, in that particular film I could see it. Not a big Jane Fonda fan generally, but yeah, in that particular film, yeah. Richard Burton. Why couldn't I get there? Edwidge Fenech, Dagmar Lassander, Gloria Guida. I don't even know. Hannah Fry, the mathematician from Oxford University, the Oxford professor. She's a babe. Absolutely. The redhead. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely fancy Hannah Fry. Brains as well as beauty. Sophia Loren had the movie where they were going to confiscate her mortadella, so she ate it all. Really? I didn't know that. I'd never heard of mortadella until I came to Spain. Sophia Loren, Dolly Parton. Okay, I think I'm back to where city is Starship. We built this city on rock and roll. Is that where you're going? Starship. Jefferson Airplane became Jefferson Starship, became Starship. I'm coming back forward. I got back to where I know, and now I'm coming back. We're talking women. Yeah, this. Apologies to any of the ladies that might be lurking out there. It has all gone a little bit testosterone again. Next thing you know, we will be discussing different magazines from a certain era, but hopefully not. Kate Upton. Do I know a Kate Upton? Kate Upton. Does she present like animal shows, like nature, farming? Sue Upton. Upton girl. We've been living in a... Billy Joel, maybe? Uptown girl. She's very full, well-rounded, Dolly. Yeah, she is. Dolly Parton, when she was in like films with Burt Reynolds and stuff, that was probably her peak. If you pardon the pun, her peak performances. What was it called? Littlest Whorehouse in Texas, that kind of stuff. I believe they got kind of close when they were doing some of these films. Who knew? Finishing off. Are we only 3 hours in? Have I got to try and make another hour out of this? I don't know what I'm going to talk about for another hour, folks. Benny Hill's Dancers, okay. I'm gonna go grab a beer. I don't know yet. There's a W in Whorehouse, but okay, in it movie, yeah. I'm gonna grab a beer. Once I stand up, I'll have to decide whether I need a pee or not. I'm gonna mute the microphone now, just in case. You can hear the crickets. You won't hear them in a moment. I'm gonna turn this off. I don't think I need a pee, but once I stand up, I might. Did I ever turn that fridge off? You remember last time I turned the fridge on? I might not have turned it off yet. We might have run out of power inside the tent. EcoFlow. 13% and 10%. Which is which? What are you? You're 13. The other one's hit its limit. The other one's down to 10 and is turned off. Everything's off. Hold on. So I won't be able to tell. I won't even be able to tell like the temperature of the fridge. Yeah, it had 40 odd %, didn't it? And I forgot about it and it's out of power. So I've got 10% over there, 14% here. Yeah, that's no good. That's not going to work. Tablet's on 71%. Tablet's got some power at least. Phone's on almost 80% as well. I've got enough power to get these two devices through the night. Nothing for anything else. That's a bit weird. Okay, folks, I'm going to mute the microphone. I don't think I need a pee. Once I stand up, I'll decide. I'm going to grab a beer. and come back. I might be, oh, look at that. Sorry, anyone with headphones. I haven't done the, what's it called? I haven't done the do not disturb. Sorry, folks. That's just a power warning on the phone. Calf's been eaten by shit. Don't stand up while peeing. I always stand up while peeing. You think I'm German? I don't sit down to pee. I'm not a girl. Or German. Right, let me silence this microphone. Go get a beer and see whether I need a pee. Back in a minute. Thumbs up if you haven't already. Subscribe if you haven't already. Okay, folks, I just stole a kiss from my little miss. Here she is. For anyone late arriving, I guess I'll show Tina again. Pimp my... God, I was going to say something nasty there. I'm not going to do that. I won't say pimp my bitch, because that's a bit misogynistic. Here she is. Hey, baby. Hey. We're going to talk to the peoples. Did you want the water? You've backed away from it. Do you want it? Not really. No? Yeah. You're alright. I don't want to crowd you with it. I'll move it away again if you don't want it. It's okay. I know you can reach it if you want it. Oh, yeah. It's my girl. That's my Tina doggy darling. Hello, babe. Talk to the peoples. Jack Attack says hello. Hey. Okay, folks, that's Tina. That's my doggy darling. Let me plug that back in. I think we're okay. I think I've got enough power to get through to morning on both my phone and my tablet. And as long as tomorrow's weather, I haven't looked, but I assume, because it's Spain and it's summer, I assume tomorrow's weather is just sunny. It's one of those things, isn't it? You know, in England, you wonder, can I wear shorts? Do I need long pants? Do I need a jumper? Do I need a jacket? Shall I take an umbrella? Spain. All right, shorts and topless. It's Spain. Let's have a look. A little bit of cloud, mainly sunny. 35 degrees maximum. tomorrow night's not going to fall below like 27, 28 by the looks of things. Oh, look at that. Temperature a little higher than yesterday. 4 degrees. If you think that 4 degrees is a little higher, you're doing it wrong. A little higher. It was 37 fucking degrees today, and tomorrow's going to be a little higher. 4 degrees. Are you off your fucking tits? You're not actually showing, through the day, you're not showing it as being that much higher. There's like a mismatch between their verbiage and their actual forecast. Don't know what to make of that. They've had a miscommunication somewhere along the bloody way. Anyway, here I am. Can I get rid of that blurb? There it goes. Okay, folks, I'm back. I'm here. It's me. Scrolling backwards, Texas little whorehouse. Okay, best little whorehouse in Texas. Okay, you're right, farmer. A couple get tied up with police bust. What? Don't stand up while peeing. I always stand up while peeing. Laugh my ass. I said, don't stand up. Oh, on camera. Okay. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna. I might have done that last Sunday. When I woke up, I didn't know that the camera was still rolling. I'd been asleep for an hour or two. And who knows what I did. I might have gone for a shit. I might have had a pee. I took Tina for a walk, took her in, came back, realised the camera was still running. Just don't watch the last hour or two of that World Cup, the World Cup programme. Cheers to that. An hour and a half at least of drooling and sleeping. See whether we can get this camera, this light. Okay, we'll put on full blast like that, shall we? Is that a little bit better? That might be a bit better. It's a little bit glary in my face, to be fair, but might be better for you guys that are actually trying to see me and know what's going on. Right, 1:15. We're three and a quarter hours in. Was Farmer born in Canada? I think he told me he was born in America, but he's moved to Canada. I think, but I will let him correct me. He's got family in America, certainly. But I'll let him. It's his story to tell, not mine, I guess. How cold is the beer? That's not too bad. It has taken all the power out of my EcoFlow, apart from the reserve. I've set it to turn off at 10%. This one turns off at 5. It's on 13% at the minute. 9 watts coming out. That's between the phone and the light, if the light's actually connected properly. You know what? The fact that one touch put it onto full blast means it was on the lowest. Maybe we go for the middle. Maybe the middle's enough without going full. Farmer seems to know a lot of okay words. He's an intelligent chap. All the guys that have followed me from Big Clive or Scruff Dog, they're all very technical people. They're mechanics, electricians, plumbers. They're people who, engineers. They're people who know, who know things. What you talking about? Eh? Just a boot. That's a Canuck, isn't it? That's a Canuckism. A boot. You got the flappy head as well. Terence and Clive, maybe? Terence and... That might be Clive. South Park. Kick the baby! Terrible. Farmer knows lots of Derek and Clive. I don't think so. Derek and Clive? No, Terence and Clive. Definitely Terence. Derek and Clive Morrison. What was that? There's a Canadian comedy I watched, which was, the guy was like the toughest guy in his village or town. He beat everyone up all the time. Watch The Great White North with Bob and Doug McKenzie. It's Terence and Philip, yeah? It is, yeah. Oh, hold on. I got a crease in my shorts which was digging into the scrotum. I know it's too much information. You didn't need to know any of it, but you know how it is, folks. I like to share my life as it is, not as it should be. Small clip. I can't do anything with it. Feel free to follow Farmer's links, folks, and have a look. Mike's got a, it wasn't quite a wedgie, but yeah, there was a crease in the shorts, and it was kind of garrotting the nads a little bit. You farted. I did that earlier. It was quite loud as well, wasn't it? I got nothing to talk about, folks. Come on, help me. I've got 40 minutes to go so that we can make sure that YouTube do all the post-processing on time instead of leaving it till tomorrow night. If we're not careful, tonight's video won't be properly available with all the features until after tomorrow afternoon's. I'm going to go live tomorrow afternoon. Read the comments. I've read all the comments. Oh, excuse me. South Park, wasn't it, Jack? Philip and the other guys. Terence and Philip. Kick the baby with the flappy heads. The animation all goes all the way through the head. Whoa. Head almost falls off the back of the jaw. Have I got any? I don't think I've got any sciencey stuff to talk about. I don't think so. Oh, well. Okay. Controversy over mRNA vaccines. Somebody, I don't know who it was, someone has declared that they're all bad science. That'll be controversial. But I kind of agree. The jury is very much out, and but there's controversy. I don't really want to get into big controversy. That loses me viewers. But that's part of the problem with, how would you put it? Imagine if something is wrong with all mRNA vaccines. Just work with me. Just follow me for a second. If the science is flawed, but nobody dare talk about it because it loses them viewers, that self-censorship creates a suppression of news. you end up being left with the impression that mRNA vaccines are all great because nobody will say, no. So let me just clarify my stance on vaccines in general. I am pro-vaccine. I believe in normal vaccines. You take a dead virus and you inject it into the body identifies it, attacks it, gets used to it, makes a record of what it looked like, and then when it sees it for real, clears it out quickly. I am pro-virus. Not pro-virus. I said that wrong, didn't I? But the mRNA stuff is new science. It's novel. It was rushed through. The guy who invented it said he thought it was being misused. Vaccinations built on the mRNA stuff. The guy who invented the technology kind of said it wasn't ready and it wasn't right. So I'm not some massive anti-vaxxer. I'm not like saying that it causes autism, all of that other bullshit. I mean, that was all disproven. That was a guy in Lancaster, by the way, where I lived, or the area I lived. A guy at the Royal Lancaster Infirmary, and Richard and Judy with their Good Morning Britain, pushing the vaccines equal autism. I don't believe that for a minute. I am pro-vaccine. The old-fashioned, the proper, the real vaccines. mRNA, it's novel science, it's new, it was rushed through. There was lots of evidence that they fudged the testing during COVID, faked test results. And ever since then, there's been even more evidence of stuff being wrong about it all. I'm really up in the air about there's contamination with actual DNA, not just RNA, but there was laws, there was rules about how much DNA could be put up with within a, you get your 5 milliliter shot or whatever it is. There were rules about how much DNA contamination was allowed to be carried across, and they were off. Do you know how much they were off? Wasn't double, wasn't treble, wasn't quadruple. 1,000-fold. There was 1,000 times more DNA in the jabs than there should have been, than was allowed. Not double, not triple, not quadruple, 1,000-fold. You've got rules for what's allowed and what's not allowed. They broke their own rules by 1,000-fold. And we're all supposed to just close our eyes and our ears and just carry on. Now, like I said, I'm not like a rabid anti-vaxxer. Normal vaccines, the ones we had for all the other stuff, for, measles, mumps, rubella, all of that, I'm on board with it. I'll have them any day of the week. The RNA stuff, mRNA, it's novel, it's unproven. There's too much shenanigans. I just declare shenanigans. I'm not saying it's actually bad or it's actually not right. I'm saying we don't know. Do you know that follow-up analysis shows that the more COVID jabs you got, the more likely you are to die. You were certainly more likely to get COVID after getting the jabs. That's like a fucking fact now. This is like clearly established science. The more jabs you got, the more likely you were to get COVID. Now we can argue about whether the effects were lesser or more major. I don't know what the science is on that, but just the likelihood that you were going to get it, and the, what's the word, the rate of death after getting it, not necessarily dying from COVID, but dying of anything. You had all of that heart stuff. Do you remember the football players? You had all these, like, these 18 and 20 and 23-year-old athletes. I'm not going to say dropping dead, but dropping down mid-game, collapsing, having to be taken to hospital with heart arrhythmias and whatever that swelling was called around the heart. I've gone off on one, haven't I? I've gone off on one about mRNA. It's unproven. Novel science. Here's a tangent. I'm going to go on a tangent about novel science. It's like when in America they started analysing where someone did a burglary and they bit into a piece of cheese and they left a tooth imprint in cheese. Cheese is very plastic. It moves, it expands, it contracts. They started arresting people because your teeth marks match this bite in this cheese. The science was bollocks. It was novel. Some guy came up with it. Cops going past. Some guy came up with it and they used it and they arrested a guy and they locked him up for 22 years because he must have been the murderer of the burglary gone wrong. Because his teeth matched. No. Cheese moves so much. You can't take a fucking teeth impression. There's a reason dentists don't use, they don't make you bite a block of cheddar when they want to take an impression of your teeth to make dentures or whatever. They use that wax stuff and they have to put it in and wait for it to set. Novel science is dangerous. When something's new, it's unproven. You need time to discuss it, to debate it, to disprove it, to analyse the results. This is jumping about up and down. So, like I said, I'm not like some rabid kind of, like I said the term clot shots. I'm not like a rabid anti-vaxxer. I'm just cautious about new science, especially when it's rushed in at the time of an emergency. It's the same as new laws. The Twin Towers had a couple of planes crash into them and suddenly we all have to take our shoes off and belts off at the airport and stuff, and you're looking at it thinking, what's this about? What does this prove? Why does taking my belt off at the airport? Why does me shuffling through the airport in either bare feet or stocking feet? What's this got to do with anything? When there's like this gut reaction, this novel laws, new ways of doing things as an instant reaction to some incident that just happened, they're always pretty bad. It's always really weird and really maladjusted, malformed. Yeah, no, you read up about a can't remember what it was called, the stuff with the heart after COVID injections. And here was the other thing. This is even worse. For 100 years, or however long we've had vaccinations, when you press the needle in, they would pull back on the plunger. And if the needle and the syringe got blood, that means that you're in a blood vessel, you're in a vein or an artery. You don't want to be. These things are supposed to be injected like intramuscularly and then seep slowly through the body. If you're in an artery and you push the plunger, you're mainlining this shit, and there are metals and things in the aluminium typically in these injections, and you get a metallic taste straight away. It's like within 3 seconds you've got a taste of metal in your mouth because it's gone around the veins and the arteries, and you're mainlining the shit. That's not what it's meant to be. This stuff's not meant to go in like instantly. It's meant to go in gradually and seep through the muscles and through the fibers and then make its way through the body gradually over the next few hours. So for 100 years, they'd inject and they'll pull back on the plunger to check that they're not in a vein or an artery. That went out the window. Do you know why? Because you have to be skilled to do that and to make sure you're not. They wanted a way so that like this just this average woman working in the chemist could be giving you the injections. Some untrained pleb down the chemist. So instead of putting it in, pull back on the plunger. If you get blood, you throw that away and you get another dot and you go again, and until you're not in. Estimates are that something like 1 injection in 50 was like being mainlined into a vein or an artery. And these are the people that got the metallic taste and maybe had a fibrillation or an irregular heartbeat or whatever that other thing was. It's a swelling around the heart. I can't remember the word. Hold on. Let's have a look. Rather than just prattling on, not knowing what I'm talking about, let's get the words. All the words. Not that word. Not today. I think I did it yesterday, didn't I? I said it at one point when that guy said his thing. When he called me an alky. I'm going to type swelling around heart. After COVID injection. After COVID injection. What was it called? Myocarditis. That will indeed be it. Inflammation of the heart muscle. Okay, so it's not around the heart. Pericarditis is around the heart, the lining of the heart. Pericarditis and myocarditis. And then it talked about mRNA vaccines and shit. So I'm not just making shit up. I'm not a rabid anti-vaxxer. I think vaccinations are one of mankind's greatest achievements. There are over 1 billion people alive today who wouldn't have been alive because of vaccinations. So that's the people who were saved, and then their offspring, who would have never happened had those people not been saved. 1 billion, over 1 billion people alive. So I'm not a rabid anti-vaxxer. I am pro-vaccine. Real, proper vaccines. Attenuated, that's the word I couldn't get before. Attenuated vaccines. That's where you either kill the vaccines or you de-harm them in some way. You make it so that they can be injected without doing any harm to the body. You introduce them to the body, the immune system sees them, fights them, clobbers them, the killer T cells move in, and some other T cells make a record of what was introduced, of what was found. And in future, if they ever see that again, they can trigger. The immune system's fascinating, folks, the way it works, the way that these different cells, some of them do the memory thing to recognize, and then when they see something, I think the endocrine system, they release hormones and things, and they release signals anyway, they release chemicals, and other cells are then created specifically to target this shit that's just been found. And it's literally miraculous. This is where we get a lot of the immunotherapy that is now being used to target cancers. If you can make these cells recognize, so cancers do something to cells, the outer shell, they make them more sugary and more ragged, more. There's something wrong about the externalities, about the external coating of a cancer cell. If you can make the immune system aware of this, it will then produce antibodies and go and clobber. Most people get cancer about 1,000 times a day. And your immune system clobbers it instantly. And then every now and again, once every 20 or 30 years, it doesn't. But we're literally talking, you have cells that get a distortion, that get an error, an encoding error, thousands of times a day. And your body says, that looks wrong, and it clobbers it. And just very rarely, the anomaly tricks the body or bypasses the body's protection and carries on dividing, and the body lets it sit there. But if you can teach the immune system how to target that, that's your immunotherapies. That's going back historically, these people who had x-rays and had cancer, and then a week later it was all gone. Often they'd had a fever, and what happens is the immune system kicks into overdrive, and things that it thought were a little dodgy but let go, it suddenly says, do you know what? We're in a heightened state, we're just going to wipe out everything that's wrong. And the person gets a fever, and a week later their cancer was gone. And it was all hailed as, a miracle. Well, I went to Lourdes and my cancer disappeared. It did, but not quite for the reasons that you thought. Anyway, I've prattled on long enough. Google translated German slang, very funny. Don't knock vaccines, they're amazing. Yeah, I agree. They can be used on cancers. I was just saying that myself. Yeah, no, I've been around for 200 years. Lister, Edward Lister, I believe. You had Lister and you had Pasteur. Yeah, no, I agree. The old time vaccines, I'm fully on board with. Introducing attenuated virus, yeah. The mRNA stuff I'm not sure about. Amazing, one word can mean many meanings. At present, I would like to present you with a present. Three different meanings for present, for the same spelling, for the same word. At present, like right now, I would like to present you with a present. I had 2 COVID jabs. My boss had 3. Clot shot, says Andy. I need saline drip after the jab, says Jasper. That's probably because it was ending up in a vein or an artery, and you mainlined it. It went right around your body, and it caused these things. Yeah, these knock-on effects. So set aside new one. Yeah, I saying vaccines of the past. Absolutely, I am pro-vaccine. Yeah. I probably am late just getting my point across. Hey Mike, how's things? Irish player boy. Um, Ryan, hello my friend. How's things, buddy? Have you sorted the tent? No, I didn't put the roof on yet. I'm going to put it on probably tomorrow or the day after. I'm not in any rush until I see rain. I wouldn't mind just standing. I've got to unclip all of the big clamps that I've got on there. I've got to take off the previous tarp that's obviously fallen to bits, but it's still, there's remnants of it on there. I've got to take all that off. And I've got to unfurl the new tarp, work out, have you ever unfurled a tarp and not being sure which way around it is? So you have to unfurl it, roll it out one way, and then you've got to count the eyelets. So if it's 5 meters long, you're looking to find 6 eyelets, grommets, whatever you want to call them. And if you don't have 6, you've got it sideways on and you've got to go the other way. And then me on my own has to try and get it up and over the tent, which would mean tying rocks to 2 or 3 of the grommets, throw the rocks over, go over the other side of the tent, and then pull the tarp over. This is if I'm trying to do it on my own. I need to do that on a day that's not too windy, not too much of a breeze, or on a day where I've got a friend to help and I've got to, I've got a second pair of hands to help me maneuver. There's a good word. If you know your Latin stroke French, maneuver, hand egg. To manipulate an egg is to maneuver. To manipulate something to maneuver the tarp over the tent. So yeah, I haven't done it yet, but yeah. So yeah, hello Ryan, and thanks for stopping by, mate. Jack, have you had reaction from the COVID ones? Okay, we're talking about. See, I don't want to be too antivirus, but I am due. I'm not anti the mRNA ones. I'm just dubious. I think everything that was, if you look back, it'll stop you getting it. It'll stop you spreading it. Those both disappeared over time. Oh no, it won't stop you getting it, but it'll stop you spreading it. Oh no, it won't stop you spreading it, but it won't be as serious. And they just backtracked on the promises on what it was meant to be. And then it'll protect you forever. Oh no, you'll need a booster. Oh no, you'll need a booster after the booster. Oh no, you'll need 6 boosters a year. No other vaccine was ever like that. So many vaccines I've had in my life, you got once and done. One and done. Now my dog has to have a rabies booster supposedly every year. But even that I don't really believe. I don't believe you get to 12 months and suddenly it doesn't work. The efficacy might be reduced, but it's probably fine for 2 or 3 years. But out of an abundance of caution, they've set this 12-month thing. She's years behind with it because Trump in a field. But what other vaccine? Is it polio? It's a sugar cube you took once when you're about 7. Some shit on a sugar cube. What's the one? Lockjaw. What's the other name for it? Anthrax. Was it anthrax? Is anthrax lockjaw? That doesn't sound right. One of those ones that gardeners You have to get like a booster once every 10 years or so? Lockjaw. Let me... It's not anthrax. Anthrax is in the soil, but I don't think that's lockjaw. I hate my head. I make connections sometimes and run off on things, and then other things I just block jaw. Clinically known as trismus. That's not the word I was looking for. Tetanus. That's the word I was looking for. You get a tetanus booster once every 10 or 20 years. You go to hospital about a cut or like when I got my face kicked in and I had a cut up here and across there and my lip was hanging off like that. Yeah, you get a tetanus booster. But that's not why I came here. Have I just had a disconnect and a reconnect? I've just been talking and you weren't even here. Don't you have a second tent? Thought you did. I've got a second tent and a third. I've got my next big tent. I've got an emergency 2 or 3 man tent as a fallback if I ever have to run away or, you know. That's in my go bin. How many of you ever had a go bin? I know some of you have go bags. If you're a prepper, you might have a go bag or a get home bag. I've got a go bin that I will put on a trolley. I will stick at least one of my EcoFlows in there and some kind of solar panel arrangement in my go bin. And I will take off across the country, avoiding plod as much as possible. Maybe. Possibly. El Fugitivo. That's a made-up word that might be correct. Maybe you change the V to a B because Spanish. El Fugitivo. Don't know. Cheers, folks. Thank you for joining me this evening. We are about 8 minutes away from the 4-hour mark. I'll want to go a few minutes over. If we're all still here and if we're happy, I'm happy to carry on a little bit longer. But if you know me, you know I like to hit the 4-hour mark just because of the post-processing that Google/YouTube do. The live chat synchronization and the different resolutions and things that they do. If I don't make it to 4 hours, it takes them 15 hours or more. Sorry, scratching machines. It takes them 15 hours or more to do that post-processing, and that means that anyone who comes along, like maybe you join the stream now and you want to go back to the beginning, chat won't be synchronized. It won't all be there. But if we make it to 4 hours, give them 15-20 minutes to do their thing and it'll all be available. Second tent, thought you did. Yeah, I got a second and a third. I've got my next big tent here already. I'm trying to hang on until either the end of August or the beginning of September, before the Gota Fria comes. Whenever the Gota Fria hits, I don't want to be. My roof is ripped to shit. If you saw the video yesterday, that has all just ripped way apart. Not really a good advert for Vango, and it's not their fault. It's been up for almost 18 months, I think. A little bit less, 16, 17, 18 months. Jack Attack can probably tell you the actual date that it got put up. It's been a great tent. I really have enjoyed it. It's been great. Well done to Vango. All of the zips, none of the zips failed in the way previous zips have failed, and they've been put under tremendous strain one way or another. The one on the far side broke because it goes down and under the door, and Tina kind of sat on it, back when she could pull herself out with her front legs and then drag her body over it. That has broken, but both sides, it was a double zip thing. Both sides still work. I still get to zip it up and down as long as I don't pull the fastener right off the track because it's broken at the bottom. The bedroom has its own doorway with zip. The mattress has been sat on the bottom, so pulling the whole thing down, putting stress on it. The whole tent is sagging and pulling outwards. That zip still works. It's under tremendous strain because of the mattress pulling down on the fabric on the bottom zip. It still works. It still runs perfect. Fantastic. Previous tents I've had to set up like 20 fucking nappy pins or safety pins because the zip broke. None of these zips have stopped working. The Vango tent has been fantastic. I highly recommend to anybody. I know I'm not this is not sponsored, this is not product placement, this is just me. We paid for this. We got it half price because the shop was closing down. Now hold on, let me backtrack. We got it at a significantly reduced price because this was the display model that had been up in the shop. When you wanted to look at a tent, this was the one that was there. And Karen went to buy it at that reduced price, and then it was half price beyond that. It was half price of the reduced price because the entire chain were closing down. Can't remember what they were called, but one of the biggest kind of outdoorsy camping shops in the UK. And I think the name had something to do with Cumbria or like the Lakeland, Lake District, something like that. Not sure. Half a recollection again. But it's been a fantastic tent. I'm gonna be sad to see the end of it. Vango, folks. If you're looking for a tent, what can I say? Let's say 18 months in the strongest sunlight. It's Spain, the strongest sunshine. We had ridiculous windstorms on and off all winter and spring. When it rains in Spain, it rains on me. The rain in Spain falls mainly on me. When it's rained, it's been torrential and it's been fantastic. Now it's got rips in the roof and everything. It wouldn't be good now. But if you're buying a tent and you're going to use it for 2 or 3 weeks out of a year, Vango. If you're going to use it for a month here and a month there over 4 or 5 years, Vango. I've had 18 months of solid use. Solid. I'm very, very happy with it. If you're in the market for a tent, folks, Vango. Guys, if you want to send me my next tent, I'm talking to Vango now. Let's clip this. See whether we can't wangle see if we can't wangle a fucking freebie. This wasn't sponsored, but maybe I can make it be. I'll stop the spread. Hold on, I'll stop the spreading. Well, I don't want that. She needs. So what? That's not what you mean. Okay. I missed your solar panel problem. These new ones have reduced power output. My flexible panels have been a disaster. If you remember when I got them, one panel was bringing 85 and one was bringing 75, and I didn't understand why the difference. I thought it was the EcoFlows, but it wasn't, it was the panels. But they've just deteriorated and deteriorated since then, to the point now where one panel brings in 35, one brings in 45, and that's in Spain. Sun directly overhead. Fuck off, clear sky. Fuck off, nothing in the way. Panel laying flat on the ground, sun directly overhead, solar noon, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and I'm getting 30 and 40 watts. Don't have enough power. I'm trying to run my fridge, and my fridge is running at 87 and almost 90 watts at the peak of the day because it's so hot inside the tent. It was running at 30 or 40 watts, but now it's 80 or 90. And even then, it's not really bringing the temperature down. I just used 40 percentage points of an EcoFlow. Now it's 250 watt hours, so 40% will be about 100 watt hours. I've just used that to bring the temperature down from 18, did it get to 12 maybe? I can't remember what I said. Didn't get that low, and I'm out of power on the EcoFlow almost. Didn't get that cold. But it's cool but not cold. I'm seriously considering trying to send it back, trying to send the panels back to Amazon. My only problem with that is I'll be powerless for a week or two in the interim. You got to send it back and do the RMA or whatever it's called when you do the request for returns. They're literally peeling. The front, the veneer, the lacquer, whatever it's called that they're coated with, is peeling off, bubbling. It's like solar panels that don't like being out in the sun. They're meant to be portable and flexible. All I've done is carry them. I move them around. I have to move them around in the day. Face this way, face that way, face the other. Then we get to a certain time and I'll maybe carry one of them over the field and take an EcoFlow with it and then bring it back later. And they've dropped to the point where one of them's only bringing in 30, 35 watts. These were 2 times 100 watt panels. I'm being eaten, folks. My calves. I haven't noticed flies. I'm just noticing the itching. Tetanus anthrax band. Good name for a band, I don't know. Gobi, that would be a desert. Gobi or Gobi. Cheers. Richard Kimball. The Fugitive, yeah. What was the actor called? Not Harrison Ford, the TV series. Jensen. David Jensen. Maybe? Give me a second. Gotta confirm this, just check I'm not talking shit. I always think he's the same guy that played Kolchak and he wasn't. David Jensen or Son? Jensen. David Jensen, actor. Dr. Richard Kimball in The Fugitive. Alternatively, you may be looking for the American character actor David Jensen. No, I was looking for it was Jansen. Janssen. I thought it was like a Scandinavian name, but that doesn't. He died in 90... What? Born in 31, died in 80. He was 49 when he died. 49. That's no age at all. Headlined 3 other major television series: Richard Diamond, Private Detective, O'Hara, U.S. Treasury, and Harry O. Died of a sudden heart attack in Malibu, California, February 13, 1980. At the age of 48. He wasn't even 49 yet. Oh, wow. "49, 48. Fuck. But he wasn't Kolchak. Let me just... Who was the actor from Kolchak? Kolchak. CK? Kolchak Night Stalker actor. Darren McGavin. Why do I mix the two up? That's weird, isn't it? Because I do all the time, every time. Darren McGavin was an American actor, so he's dead, is he? Died in 2006. Born in 22, died in 06. So that would make him 84? Yeah, come on, you can do maths. Oh, 83 actually, because he was born in May, died in 2000 in February. So he didn't have his 84th birthday, 83. Kolchak, folks, The Night Stalker, the TV series that inspired Chris Carter to do the X-Files. Scrolling. Mike is Kimball and Jack is the Manhunter guy. I'm not on the run. Vango are pretty good value, I think. I have a nice 6-man arch tunnel tent. It's like a tent hotel with just me in it all. That's me with mine. This one's a 6-berth, a 6-man tent. My last one was an 8-man tent. I don't remember what brand that was. We'd have to look back at the videos of when it went up. That was an 8-man. This is 6. This next one's going to be a little bit small. So this one's a little bit narrower than the previous. And the next one's going to be narrower still. I'm a little bit nervous about that. It's like a pattern. I'm going smaller and smaller and smaller while I've got more and more and more belongings. Like today, I've just got a tent. Did I tell you about how I picked up a new chair? Yeah. Let me show you. I'll show you my chair. Oh, you're getting closer. You're only 3 or 4 inches away. I can't be too... Come with me. Come with me, and you'll see it's a world of imagination. What's that from? It's Dick Van Dyke. I don't think it was Chick Chick Bang Bang. It's more likely Mary Poppins. Call blimey, Mary Poppins. Here's a chair back here, look. I always look at this chair, like they're not really handles. It's can I hold on, I need to stand back a bit. That's a very, very sturdy chair. Solid. A little bit scuffed, a little bit rusty on the scuffed bits. But very, very solid. It's on unstable ground, obviously. I'm not feeling, but look at it. It's fantastic. Very solid. There was a table there as well, but I had no use for it. But look at that. It's like the time I picked up this metal as well, folks. Is it? Yeah, that is metal. Very solid. Very, very. It's quite heavy. I'm gonna sit on it. Oh, hold on. Oh, Can I turn the camera back to me? Not with any lights on. No, you can't see shit there if I do that. It's a very good chair. There are times... Let me do this back again then. There are times when people come and visit and there'll be a little group, 2, 3, 4 people come at once, and I run out of chairs. Hey Tina. Hello babe. Hey. So I'm always on the lookout for chairs. There's also the fact that my mate Ismail has a habit of crushing chairs. He did it again recently, just not with me, not my chairs. I think in an apartment that he's renting, I think he's crushed a chair. He's a big lad, is Ismail. If you've seen the video where I had a wooden chair that was kind of foldable, and Ismail sat in it. He was in it for like 3 or 4 hours. He was here for quite a while, and then it broke. And every joint, every wood, it was all wooden tenant and mortise, whatever they're called. It was all proper real carpentry joints. Every joint came apart. But what you had, if you'd looked down on that chair when it was a chair, if you'd looked from above and got a view of it, that's what was on the floor, squashed flat. It was brilliant. It was funny as fuck. He was laughing. I was laughing. Once he got up, anyway, you know, I made sure he was okay. But yeah. Ismail. Uncle Ismail to you. Not here, not now. But he's in Spain. He's here. He's just not here. Okay, folks. Ismail. Can you buy a cheap tarp or long roll of plastic? I've got a 5 meter by, I think it's 4.5 by 2.5 or something. I have a tarp waiting to go on. I don't need to buy any more. If I did, I could buy one at the Chino Bazaar, but quality's not great. A tarp would only last 3, maybe 4 months. Maybe less in summer. They're not great. If you watch my first ever video, I'd put 6 broom handles in the ground, put a tarp over the top. The tarp fell apart fairly quickly, and then a couple at the top there, Nigel and Kath, brought me a €17 it was. I think, was it 6 meters by... Oh, it must have been bigger. How big must it have been? I was only just over a meter high, so that's 2. A couple of meters across, 4 meters wide. In length, it didn't reach the bottom. I had to have another tarp, but it did the length. It did maybe 3 meters across and a meter down. Like 4 by 4, I guess. I'm not sure. Something like that. It was €17. €17. Probably add another 50% on top of that now, because it's been a few years and inflation and things. So yeah, probably less than €30. This is bigger. I need it to come up 2 meters, then go across 3. So I need 5 meters. If I was to like cover the whole frame, 5 meters. No, not 5. 2, 2, 3. That's 7. I need 7 meters wide. And I need 2, 2 and 6, 10. 10 by 7 would cover the entire frame and basically build me a new tent. Wouldn't be cheap. I don't know what that would be. but it wouldn't be cheap. But I've got my next tent already, so I'm just waiting out. I'm waiting for summer to kind of finalise. As it starts to draw to a close, here's the thing: I need 3 or 4 days to empty the tent. It's a lot of work. I've got a lot of shit in there, and it needs sorting as well. It's not just bringing it out; it's bringing it out and deciding what to keep, what to throw away, how to sort it, what to group together, where to put it. Then I've got to take down this tent. Then I've got to put the new one up, hopefully with help from friends. And then I need 3, 4, 5 days to put shit back. And this time on pallets and on planks, so everything's off the ground a little bit. Which will be good from a point of view of if water gets in, if we have water ingress. Keep things out of water. It'll be good for that, but it's bad from the point of view if mice get in. It gives them a free runway under everything. Gives them free reign. Jesus, he's moving. Oh, yawning, folks. 23rd of April for the tent, so April to April, so then April, May, June, July, so it's 15 months, yeah, give or take a day. 23rd, today was the 24th, it's now the 25th. 15 months then. I thought it was a little bit earlier than that. Okay, but yeah, that's not bad though, is it, for continuous use? Most people use a tent, you know, 2 or 3 weekends a year, or maybe the odd week summer holiday. 15 months. Can't argue with that. Very happy. Thank you, Vango. Again, folks, if you're looking for a tent and Vango is an option, thumbs up. Hey, Vango. I'm available for sponsorship. Unlike these people who are doing, you know, 24 hours, you're solo overnight camping, Kent survival and similar. Nothing, I like these channels, I'm not having a dig at them. Corporal's Corner and so forth. Solo overnight, you know what I mean? It's fucking playing at it, isn't it? I'm living the life. I'm out, I'm living in a field. It's real. What does 24 hours overnight prove? It proves you can put a tent up and take it back down again and kind of sleep in between. I mean, it's wankery, if you'll pardon the phraseology. It's playing at it, it's pretend. Now if you're a prepper and you go out and you do 24 hours overnight, UK, what's he called? UK Urban Prepper. That's another Mike. It's practice. It's better than nothing. It makes sure that you know what you've got and that you don't, you know, every time he goes out, UK Urban Prepper, he always forgets something. So the more you go out, the more you practice, the more you build like a checklist of what not to forget. It's better than nothing. I'm not having a downer on any of these guys. It's just that from the point of view of a guy who, you know, is living the life. And I know, look, I'm not a survivalist. I'm not a, well, I kind of was a prepper, but I'm a real prepper. Is independent. He's living his life. He doesn't need anyone else. That's not me. I need help from people. my friend Karen, Anthony, Tom, Ismo, you guys who donate, UK Richie, I'm missing lots and lots and lots. Hannah, the other day, Hannah, UK Richie, Akadaka, Tony in Australia, Sven and Anna, who send me money every month, literally every month, almost as regular as clockwork, almost, till he discovered he'd missed 3 or 4 and he sent me a batch of money all at once to make up for it. I wasn't, you know what I mean, I wasn't that, I wasn't expecting that. But what I'm saying is, I'm not that independent prepper living out in the wild, surviving on my own. I'm reliant on other people. Hence the PayPal link, folks, if anybody's, you know, in a mood to, if you've got a spare cash in the bank or in your pocket, there is a link. Got to get the grift on somewhere, you know what I mean? I provide you with 5 hours of entertainment 2 or 3 times a week, sometimes 4. A little bit of a knockback, a little bit of a kickback every now and again. Wouldn't go amiss. Sorry. I got a smile because that's the grift, isn't it? This is how I survive. Make myself visible, which is what I did with where I placed my tent here. Make myself visible so that some people walking past could help me, people living up the road could help me, but make myself visible on YouTube so people could help me. How else am I going to buy beer? Nearly empty, folks. Well, there's a thought. I hadn't even thought of that. Depending on the money, when I go to the supermarket tomorrow, I could buy some beer for $3.60 instead of paying $5 at the Chino Bazaar. I got to carry it back. I'm limited because I've only got 20 euros left, and I was thinking about buying that that licorice spirit. Oh. Probably annoying some of you that are thinking, look at this alky bastard, but that's all right by me. You can think I'm an alky bastard if you want. Hang a lantern on it. Talk about the topic. Talk about how cheap alcohol is over here and how I'm not pissing all your money against the wall. If I was pissing all your money away, I wouldn't have been able to afford solar panels, EcoFlows, fridge freezers, tents. I mean, I've paid for most of my tents. My first one was donated. I built my first shelter. Simon bought me the first tent second hand. Karen insisted on paying half when I got the money together to buy the next tent. I paid for the one after that, and I think I paid for this one. I did, because it was half price and then it was discounted more. Or it was discounted and then it was half price. Whichever way around it was. I paid for this one. The next one. No, this one. I paid for this one and the next one. I paid for most of my tents. Some of them with your donations. But what I'm saying is, I'm not pissing your money against the wall. I'm not pissing it away. Despite appearances to the contrary. Cheers, folks. I'll go get another one if you want me to carry on a little while. We're coming up on 4.5 hours. Shall we do 5 hours tonight? We'll try for 5. Let me just scroll. I got some notifications from Rummer. That's my mate Phil with his bar in Thailand. Pattaya? Is that what it's called? Pattaya, the town, city. Soy Bacau. Rum Run on, is that Twitch? I've got a bite next to my belly button. Hold on. I want to see Twitch. Talk to me about Twitch. No. I'm pretty sure it's twitch.com/rumrun. The bar is actually Rum Runner, but his account on Twitch is Rum Run. It's a go-go bar, so it has ladies scantily clad. I shall leave you to research go-go bars. I'm not going to say anything here because I don't want to offend anybody. I don't want to be accused by the ladies of all the testosterone stuff again. It's not really my thing. Don't pay for it. Scrolling. Not great, I think, just over a year. No, it's a year of continuous use, 15 months of continuous use. I'm really happy with that. No tent is designed for continuous use. Maybe the military ones, the canvas ones, maybe the ones used by like the United Nations in disaster zones, but even those I don't think last that long. Like even canvas ones and things, the amount of maintenance required and the waterproofing, and you know, you have to go over and maybe tape the seams and spray the waterproofing. There's a lot of shit involved. Kiss. If you say so, Andy. I don't know. Is that an instruction? Are you begging? Manhunter guy. What? Farmer 87. Not great, I think just over a year. On the plane. Tommy Lee Jones on the planes. You're going on about Tommy Lee Jones. The Fugitive in yeah. That's the one-armed man. Not Luke Skywalker, the other one. What's he called? See, now I've got Mark Hamill stuck in my head, and that's not who I want. I want the other guy. Han Solo. Temple of Doom. Ark of the Covenant. Raiders of the Lost Ark. Indiana Jones. I can't get the name. I've got all the clues. I had it. It was there. It was there just fleetingly, and it went. What is he called? Why will my brain knows all of those facts. I'm all around the topic. Harrison Ford. Do you know how I got there? It's that film with him and the lass out of Top Gun when she did the one in a Hamish community. Hamish. There's no H. Interestingly, there's no H at the beginning of the word H. A-I-T-C-H. There's no H at the beginning of H. Isn't that weird? This is why Americans don't pronounce the H in words. Herb, human. Harrison Ford, I couldn't get the... I had to go all around the fucking houses in my head. Can you hear this? All that noise to take a man from there to there. And it could have been silent on a fucking stand-up electric scooter. I'm not the biggest fan of the stand-up electric scooter things. But compared to that, everywhere he goes, 1,000 people can hear him. And 990 of them are in bed, hearing him. For what? To get from there to there. Not a fan. I guess not designed for continuous use. Kiss, as in keep it simple, stupid, or just the name of a band? Manhunter guy, I don't know what that means. I couldn't remember name and then remembered Tommy Lee Jones. Sam Gerard, Hunter of Man. Wasn't the one-armed man, hold on, was it Andreas Katsoulis? Jakar at Babylon 5. Oh, now I've got to look, because I think it was. Wasn't it? Isn't it? Didn't it? Or am I just pulling that out of nowhere? Because it might be. Hold on. Wait a minute now. One. Fuck off. Oh no, don't fuck off. That's a PayPal. Andy, thank you, my friend. Appreciate it. Beer, okay. €3.33 for beer, I believe is what he's saying. And I had one earlier actually from. Did you mean to block me? This isn't Andrew. This is Tommy Tombstone. Hold on, wait a minute now. I didn't see this message. I got a donation and then I got a question about whether I meant to block him. Tommy Tombstone. Hold on, folks. Let me move that out of the way. I don't... That's weird. He's not showing up. He sent me money and he's not in the PayPal list. I didn't know. Tommy Tombstone, I have never blocked you either in PayPal or on the website. If you're having difficulty, please email me. deltamiketorrevieja@gmail.com. Miss you, pal. I miss you. I have not blocked you in any way, shape or form. As far as I know, none of my mods have. If there's been an accidental click on something and you're let me know. No, you are not deliberately blocked in any way, shape or form. Possibly accidentally. Sweat and screens and things, it can get iffy, but to the best of my knowledge, you are not deliberately blocked. No, absolutely not. Never. You're one of my favorite guys. It's only now that I got your message earlier. See, I got a message, I got an alert through PayPal, but I got the alert, but when I'm in PayPal, it doesn't show you, which is a bit weird. I don't know how that would happen. So whether you're asking whether I've blocked you in PayPal or whether I've blocked you like on the site, no, not deliberately, not at all. We all like Tommy Tombstone, yeah? Nobody here's got a problem with Tommy Tombstone. I hope not, because I like the guy. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Sam Gerard, Hunter of Man, I don't know what that means. Jack, Sam Gerard character. Oh, I was going to look up Andreas Katsoulis as the one-armed man, because I think he was. But I might be pulling that out of my ass. You know how it is, folks. One-armed man, Andreas. Oh, it's not coming up as Katsoulis. How do we spell Katsoulis? Katsoulis. Here we go. Andreas Katsoulis famously played Frederick Sykes, the murderous one-armed man in the hit 1993 thriller The Fugitive with Harrison Ford. Hold on. That's not Andreas Katsoulis, that's a black guy. Who the fuck are you? Andreas Katsoulis. He wasn't black. Nan Ambassador Jakar. Yeah. Played Romulan Commander Tomalak. But he's not black. Andreas Katsoulis wasn't black. The fuck are you... Google, what the fuck are you doing? Oh, that's Wikipedia. Hold on. He was a white guy with big bushy hair. You gotta love Andreas Katsoulis. It's a great name as well, isn't it? But one of the greatest kind of double acts in all of TV or movie history. So you've got like Laurel and Hardy and stuff like that, but Jakar and Londo Malari in Babylon 5. One of the greatest kind of and it is like, it's almost a comedic double act if it wasn't for the fact that whole planets were being destroyed all around them and shit was happening. Apparently they were really the reason, one of the reasons that it's such a great thing to watch, they were really great friends in real life. They really got on. I don't know the name of the other bloke. Andreas Katsoulis played Jakar. Londo Malari, Peter Jurassic. See, I said I didn't know, but I did. I just didn't have the recall, but now I do. Peter Jurassic. With a CK, maybe? No, those are not thighs, those are calves. Oh. Scrolling. The dryness keeps the flies down, dust also helps, like chinchilla. David Jansen. How long ago was this? That was 07. It's now 38. I'm over half an hour behind. Too young, should be alive till 99 when you can say it's like 69 except doggy style. Fabrizio. Sex talk. You drive the ladies away. I want to bring the ladies into the conversation. You're turning it all testosterone and then the ladies run away and now it's a sausage fest. It's all blokes. We want the ladies to come and join in. The real ladies, not the I'm a lady. I'm a lady ladies, not them ones. The real ones. How's it holding up tent, I mean? Nice, Andy, how's it holding? Willy Wonka. Steel chairs, fantastic, yes. Wood loosens over time, good or occasional use, but steel for continuous. Don't break it, ask for tit. Okay. It hasn't been used too much, to be honest, for a while, but I always fold it away nicely, so it should last me many years. Yeah, as long as you put them away dry. If they get wet at all, you've got to, like, you might pack them up and take them home. Then you've got to put them up again and dry them out. It depends on weather. Do you have an area near you, a forest or campground or a big backyard? I like to go West Country. We have a favourite campsite near Newquay. Newquay, that's not really west. Oh well, I guess it's your south coast. Also camp at Santa Pod Raceway sometimes. Want to do more in future? I feel free when camping. There's a definite back to nature thing, but the modern world allows what they used to call glamping. Everyone can do that now. You get like an EcoFlow or a Bluetti or there's all these other models now. Anthony contacted me a few days ago, and he'd bought this cheap thing, like an EcoFlow clone. I mean, it's rubbish. Maximum charge speed 90 watts. My EcoFlow will charge at about 250 watts. The whole thing charges in under an hour if you plug it into a wall. His plugs in the wall and only charges at 90 watts. Or solar through the same thing, through the same port. Because it's a brick, it's a transformer. Turns the AC into DC. Comes in and it's just the same as having the solar panel plugged in on a barrel plug, which I hate barrel plugs. Almost as much as I hate USB. Almost. Scrolling. Sounds fantastic. I remember my sister wanted to camp out in the backyard of house, but my father didn't want her and friends out back there alone. So he pretended to be animal and scared them back. That's a little bit naughty. We camped out as kids. We had an actual tent, but we also made one. Bent some piping over and it wasn't exactly a tarp, it was like a canvas sheet. We made a tent anyway, on the grass. Sneaky. Maybe put some chicken wire around the pallets, DM. Oh, keep the mice out. I have to go smaller gauge than chicken wire and some claymores. This side towards enemy. Is that what does a claymore say on it? I got this side faces enemy. Something like that, isn't it? There's just 3 or 4 words on a claymore. Hold on. I gotta check. Claymore, is it O-R-E? Claymore wording. Enemy this side, something like that. No. The word claymore comes from Scottish Gaelic word claddymore, which means great sword. That's not what I'm after. Claymore munition wording. Munition wording. Front toward enemy. It's a curved thing, isn't it? It's a shaped charge. Inside the curve, safe. Outside the curve, bang bang. Front toward enemy. Embossed in raised capital letters on the convex front curved side of its plastic outer casing. Claymore mine was the word. That's why I was missing the... Okay. Oh! You didn't hear that. I do like the marshmallows in the fire. Also bread baked. Oh, bread on a fork over fire. Even over gas fire. Whoops. Yeah, no, I like toast. I also like baking bread. That's why I want 5 kilograms of flour. And I think my shopping list tomorrow... So I've said I'm probably going to go shopping tomorrow morning. Fairly early. I want to go there before it gets hot. I don't want to wait until late afternoon when it's like already hot but starting to cool. I'd rather go in the morning before it's getting stupid hot. It means I have to walk Tina first. I'm going to be all hot and sweaty after carrying her around. But then I've got to put her inside, get her settled, and then I've got to leave her for over half an hour. I've got to get there quickly, again moving fast in heat. I've got to get in the shop, I've got to get round the shop quick and get out. So I've got to know what I want and where it is. It's going to be like an SAS operation. In and out before they know you're even there. And I think my shopping list is larger than my budget. So I'll have to keep a careful count as I go around, and whatever I grab first. So the meat's fairly early in the shop, but so is the veg. So whether it's potato, celery, carrots, rabbit or chicken. And the biggie, I really quite fancy grabbing a bottle of that licorice spirit. But that I might have to sacrifice that. If the budget doesn't go, that's the thing that gets dropped, not other things. I do like I threw some potatoes out of the tent the other day. They are just on the floor over there still. I threw them out because they were attracting flies, because some of them have gone rotten. It's entirely possible that some of them have still survived. Maybe before I go, I look at that. Maybe I can save myself €4 or €5 by salvaging some potatoes from that bag. I don't know. It's one of those questions. I've sat here for about a quarter of an hour, folks, without a drink. That's most unlike me while talking to you lot. Let me go and grab one and I'll be right back. I don't think I need to mute this. I don't think I'm going for a pee. Hey babe. I got another 2 inches. A little bit more. Okay, is that you? Hello. That is good. Yeah. Okay, folks, give me, I don't know, 30 seconds, maybe 60. Oh. Wait a minute. Oh. Hey, Tina, girl. Tina. Hello, babe. Okay, still. You're okay. You're okay there. Huh? You tell Daddy if we need to move around a bit. Let me move you a bit anyway, yeah? Let's bring you forward this much. Oh, okay. Hey. Hello, you. Hello, you. Bit of movement won't hurt. Sorry, folks. Talking to my doggy. Oh, where are we? Have a look. We are coming up on 5 hours. You alright there, Tina? You don't want your water? Tina's water. Hey, say if you want it. Say when you want it. I think you want it. Go on. Tina's water. Agua para Tina. Agua para Tina. No, she doesn't want her water. Oh! Ouch! Oh! Why is that? Oh! Yeah. Undercarriage, folks. Undercarriage. Scrolling! He'll put your tents to the test. Nice steak over coals. Oh, gosh. You ever watched The Outdoor Boys? He'd cook a steak over anything. Reindeer steaks and buffalo steaks and all sorts. I like the marshmallows in the fire. Also bread baked on a stick leaned. See, I would have gone lent, but okay. Leaned near fire, or a nice steak over coals. Put your tents to the test. Andy said, lol. Just dig some toilet pits, Andy. They're worse than claymores. Okay. Latrines, I believe is the proper word. But yeah, okay. Grid adjacent. Little music mix. Harrison Ford, I don't know what the question was. Was that when I couldn't remember? Mike, you know those storms come out of nowhere. Maybe take precaution now, especially given the heat domes we have had. Yeah, so what has surprised me this last week, you look ahead and it's like they're saying sun. And then you get to like 11 o'clock in the morning and they say thunder and lightning. And we've had nothing. We did have some thunder was that today or was that yesterday? I think that was yesterday, was it? I think that was yesterday. I'm not sure whether that was today or yesterday. The days all merge into one. Yeah, I should just put I have to take all these pegs off. I have to take the remnants, the ribs basically, it's the edges. There's only the seams of the old tarps left. I have to and the bits that are clamped on with the grips. I have to take those off. I have to unfurl the new tarp. It's a ground sheet actually, which means it won't last as long. And whereas the tent supposedly it's got a footprint of 6 meters, I think the roof is probably only 5 because of the way it slopes in at both ends. And I think the new tarp is 5 or 5.5 meters. I got to get it on, position it, and really it would be better done as it would be a lot quicker done as a 2-man job. I could do it as a 1-man job, probably, but it's the appliance of science. It's tying rocks to grommets and throwing rocks up and over the tent and then hoiking the... I don't know, I've got that much string or rope, whatever you want to call it. I do have some paracord somewhere. I just don't remember where. I got to get more. One of my. What would you say? One of my. It's on the to-do list for when I transition from this tent to the next. I got to get more organised with, like, resources. Scissors. I've lost 2 pairs of scissors. I've lost multiple rolls of duct tape. They're there. They're in there. Fucked if I know where. I've got to have like a set of drawers for that kind of resource. I've got to be more organised with it so that I can always just go to it and it's just there. At the minute, these things are all over the place. I've got to get better at that. I was really organised when I put everything in this tent initially. But then you start looking for stuff and moving it and piling it and everything just goes to shit so quickly. The best laid plans of mice and men, I believe, is a suitable or apposite quote on the matter. The heat drives the storms, good precaution. The heat does, well, when hot air meets cold air is when you get the friction, and it is literally friction, causing the electrostatic discharges that you may know as thunder and lightning. Essentially, the lightning travels instantaneously, speed of light and all that. And then the thunderclap, that travels at the speed of sound. Takes about 5 seconds per mile, 3 seconds per kilometer. Flash, 1, 2, 3, bang, kilometer. If it's 5, it's a mile. Whichever unit you prefer to work in. I'm not gonna. I use both, as you might have noticed. I'm multi-metric, multi-measurement-ish. I convert languages and I convert units. Oh. And I've been eaten on my lower extremities. You're fly spray, aren't you? Fuck it. I don't normally do this. Spraying fly spray in the outside seems a little bit wasteful. But when your legs are being eaten, you can be a bit extravagant and a bit wasteful, can't you? I think so. I think I'm up to date, folks. We're coming up on 5. Are we going to carry on? Does anyone want me to go long? I don't mind. I can go long. Ooh, missus. I can hear Farmer now. I can go long. Said the bishop to the actress, maybe? Possibly? Well, this isn't plugged in. Where are we? I don't know where I am for power. I must have unplugged that to introduce a Tina at some stage. We're on 82%. Okay, we're not doing too bad on the power here. 16 thumbs ups it says here, folks. I don't know what you're seeing. I'd like to hit 20. Get me to 20 and I'll carry on. We'll go long. We're coming up on, we're 5 seconds away from 5 hours. Here we go, 5 hours, it says. 2 minutes past, yeah. Hold on. There was Andy, yeah. I think that's the only one tonight. It is. That was funny the other night, wasn't it? I got 2 donations at the exact same time, and one hid, one obscured the other, leaving one of my donors unsure whether his donation had gone through. It did indeed come through, UK Richie, I got it, and I apologise for not acknowledging it sooner. It was literally the fact that you came through at the same time as the other one. The two, well, the one obscured the other. See, words like obscured are interesting. In English, we just take it, oh, that means this. But when you look at other languages, like in Spanish, descubre literally means uncover. To discover, to descubre, discover. The B's and V's, remember? B's and V's can be interchangeable in Spanish. So descubre, discover. It literally means to uncover, to unwrap, to unfurl. In English, we just, oh, discover, I discovered. And you just think it means what it means, but you don't know why it means what it means. It's a literal removing of a cover. It's to uncover, discover. We don't really learn that meaning. We just learn that discover means to find something out. It's only once you start looking at other languages and you, oh, that's why that word means that thing. Barber. Why does barber mean barber? Well, certainly in Spanish and probably other Latin or Romance languages, barber means beard. It's that. That's why a barber's called a barber. In English, you just think, oh, a barber's just that guy that cuts hair and does, you know, the shavy thing. And but you don't know why he's called. Why is a barber called a barber? Well, it's because the word literally means beard. How would you know that? If you're English, how would you ever learn that? How would you know that? No one ever tells you that. Where do you get that shit from? Appreciate you, whoever was thumbs up number 17. We could do with another 2 or 3. I'm thinking of doing at least another half hour, maybe an hour, if I can find shit to talk about. Now that's up to you guys. You have to prime the pump. You have to give me the jumping off points. If you notice, I'm quite capable of taking a tangent. Give me a topic, I'll take a tangent. I'll take a tangent from my own tangent, and I'll take a tangent from a tangent. And if you're lucky, I'll find my way back. If you're unlucky, I'll turn around after 45 minutes and I'll say, why the fuck are we talking about this? How did we get here? And I won't know how we got there. These things happen. I can do that. I have the technology. I can build the world's first bionic conversation. Colonel Steve Austin, if you remember that. She's breaking up, I can't hold her. She's breaking up. Colonel Steve Austin, a man barely alive. We can rebuild him. We have the technology. We can build the world's first bionic man. Do 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 do, and off you go with the theme tune. Not in the first Not to begin with. There was a theme tune about being the greatest spy. You had to wait way into the first series before the theme tune became proper. And the sound effect that everyone remembers, that didn't come until season 2, I think, maybe even 3. A lot of the things that you remember weren't there until later. You're misremembering. The heat drives the storms, good precaution. Has nobody chatted since then, or has my chat frozen? My chat froze. I gotta go back. Look, I hate it when that happens. I thought you guys, Gary, hello Gary. I'm just scrolling back. Let me get back there. Hold on. I thought you guys had just gone quiet, and it turns out there's a load of fucking chat that I've just missed. I'm now half an hour behind, and I thought you guys, if blocked by mistake and on there. Hold on. Whoa. Finally doesn't. It gets stuck, and I have to put my fingers in and pull the sock out because he can't walk properly. Gary, I've got to go back. I've got to find the beginning. How far back am I? If blocked by mistake. To unblock. Oh, to unblock her. Oh. It's jumping every time I lift my finger off the fucking screen. I mean, how far back am I? 2:41. That's 20 minutes ago. Gary, I haven't seen Gary. You gotta be due some storms. The heat drives the storm. Okay, that was at 2:32. Am I that far? I'm 40 minutes behind, folks. UK gotta be due some storms. So easy to block accidentally. Yeah, a click here, a click there. Especially with touch screens, when like moisture on the screen in summer, when the screen's hot and playing up. To unblock a user hidden from commenting on your channel, open YouTube Studio. That'd be the web. I can't open YouTube Studio. I can only open the YouTube Studio opens the app rather than the website for me. It grabs the association. Settings community. Find the user under hidden users. I've been trying to find a hidden users thing forever because I thought once upon a time I thought about like a bit of clemency, like, you know, let everyone back in until they prove their dickishness. Settings, community, hidden users. Click the X next to their name and save. Mike, look above. No spider at comment from Jack. No spider at comment from Jack. No spider. I'm going to go back a little bit. Find Jack. No spider. You know those storms going on. See, I saw that. Like, read adjacent. I don't know what the no spider means. Whoa, and now I'm jumped and I'm at the bottom. And now the last 40 minutes of comments all escape me because if blocked by mistake and on there. Okay, I think I got back. Look above. Good morning, Mike, Tina, Farmer, hello. Gary, this was Gary in South Africa. South Africa. I know, it's a really terrible fucking, what's the word? Impersonation. Mike, since when did Joel Osteen change to Joel Osteen? I've got no idea what that means. I don't know who either of those people might be. Who or what to Joel Osteen or Osteen? But yeah, I ran the Large Hadron Collider. I'm eating honey and pineapple glazed bacon. glazed bacon biltong and have a glass of wine. Is biltong like beef jerky? It's a dried. It's a dried meat. Yeah, I'm guessing biltong. Sounds Australian. Australia. Cobber. Cobber's an Australian word, yeah? I think. Talk about a booger you can't reach, really. Welcome, hello Gary. Have I got, you're not talking about me, I haven't got a farmer, I must use tweezers. You shouldn't be in a booger, that won't come out. Check clip Gary. It's jumped. Oh, you are a... Must use... Okay, it didn't jump that far. I only jumped about 3 messages. Let me scroll. I don't believe... I sat here thinking you'd all gone quiet on me and that there was no one there. I'm still trying to get to 20 on the thumbs up, folks. If you haven't, you know, you might consider. Thumbs ups away. Laugh my ass off. That should have been a booger that won't come out. Check clip Gary. Okay, I think I read that already. I need one of those for my dog's bum for when he eats one of my socks and it gets stuck in his... Oh, God. Tina loves to eat grass. And every now and again, she goes to shit it out. And there's an entire, like, fucking 10 centimetre long blade of grass coming out of her ass. And it won't come all the way out. And so I have to put my hand inside one of the poo bags and tease it out. The things we do for love, the things we do for love. Someone tell me who sang that. The things we do for love, the things. I'll look it up myself after if I get to the bottom of... I'm surprised the dog passed the sock. You hear all sorts of horror stories about dogs eating things and them getting stuck, like plastic bags and stuff. Yeah, I've had that one. I've had her actually shitting out a plastic bag. He doesn't and gets stuck. I have to put my fingers in and pull the sock. Yeah. Like I said, the things we do for love. I'm going to say put a lock on the sock drawer. He takes them off the washing line when I'm at work. Oh. Clothing has a scent. It's comforting to dogs. They do. She in winter when I'm wearing socks, she loves my socks. She licks my feet. She licks between my toes. I don't get it, but I don't mind it either. It's weird. AC 17 likes. I'm seeing 17, yeah. Thank you everyone for donating. I appreciate all donations. We have the technology, $6 million man. The voiceover was done by the producer. I want to say Harv Bennett, but I'm not sure. That might be wrong. But he did it as a... initially he did it as a... It was a placeholder, but I think they kept it. He was so good, they just kept it. Colonel Steve Austin, a man barely alive. We can rebuild him. We have the technology. We can make him faster, stronger, something else. There was 3 things. The rule of 3s, you always have to list 3 when you do something like that. Faster, stronger, whatever the 3rd one was. We can rebuild him. We have the technology. We can build the world's first bionic man. Still waiting on that bionic eye. The last I heard, they had one that was something like 8 by 8 on the resolution. And they were looking to make one that was a couple of 100 by a couple of 100 pixels. And I've never heard anything since. because for each pixel you have to fire a pin into the nerves in the back of the retina. Is it the retina? What's the iris is the coloured bit of the front, and the iris and the lens, and is it the retina where it lands at the back? You have to put some pins in the back, some electrodes. So once you start going hundreds by hundreds, suddenly you've got tens of thousands of pins that you've got to put in there. That was the last I heard of it. You would have thought by now they should have been up to kind of megapixel, but how do you fire millions of pins into the back of the eye? I don't know. That's the last I heard. I was following all that shit. Just need to be off, Mike. That was Fabrizio. 13 minutes past. Oh, that's fairly recent, yeah? Am I down the bottom already? Have I skipped a load? I must have skipped a load. No, closing ascent. No, I think I've made my way here. Good evening, Fabrizio. Good night. I'm not going to... Well, I might do until the next hour. Either the next half hour or the next hour. Maybe on the 30 minutes, maybe on the next hour. Good night, everybody, everywhere. Fabrizio. Have a good night, Andy. You too, buddy. Good night, Tina. Okay. Uncle Fabrizio says good night. Tina. She's fast asleep. She's not responding. I hope you're not dead. Not yet. You got a few weeks left in you yet. I hope. I was talking to someone. Was it today or yesterday? Oh, it's today. He was suggesting when Tina's time's up, he was suggesting I just dig a hole and bury her in the field. It's that whole dig a hole thing, folks, on a cliff top. People don't understand. I could stand here for like 3 days with a pickaxe and I'm not going to dig down deep enough to bury a dog. One day we'll go to the vet. It will be her final journey. I will walk in with a dog and I will walk out without a dog. And I will walk out with an expensive bill that I won't have been able to pay on the spot, probably. I don't know. Enough of that. Everyone who... Keith, my favourite conspiracy theorist. Sounds like you've been listening to you've been doing catch-up, maybe listening at time and a half or double speed. Everyone who took the prick give off Bluetooth and MAC addresses, even them buried still give off Bluetooth. I don't believe in the like the barcodey. That's a step too far for me. I think there was lots wrong with COVID and the jabs and things. RNA. I was discussing RNA. What's the word? Vaccines. RNA vaccines earlier. I am dubious on the entire category, the new types of vaccines that are RNA based, and the contaminants with DNA and other certain things. But whether everyone who took it has been barcoded and can be tracked, I don't think the science is there yet for that. I really don't. Suspicious as I may be of other aspects of the whole thing, what were the two different diseases that I read out earlier? One was where the heart itself swells, and one was where the wall around the heart. Myocarditis and pericarditis, maybe, possibly. But Bluetooths and barcodes and I don't think so, man. Being filmed as proof. Hold on, as proof the study of this. I'd like to see some kind of evidence if it's a thing. But you're gonna have to what? You're gonna have to point a detector at someone and have it go beep. But that takes you off into Babylon 5 territory where they bluffed a guy into thinking that he'd got traces planted in his blood. Beep. The guy was Yukar, wasn't it? It was Andreas Katsoulis, the one-armed man from the what was it called? The Fugitive. God, I had to think that through. I went all the way through like Tempest Fugit and everything to get there. Located at neurons nodes back of head. Really, do you think? You don't think it's a stretch too far? I'd be really, what's the word? I'd be really dubious about that kind of stretches credulity. I'm happy to consider conspiracy theories. I've said in the past, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but I'm a conspiracy analyst. Some things I just don't think we've got the technology that the minification, the micros. I don't think we can make transmitters and things kind of that small. They generally need their own power source. They'd be big enough to detect. You'd know they were there. Wouldn't they? Isn't it? Didn't it? I do enjoy a good conspiracy theory, though. I do. I'm just not. If the theory goes way beyond the science that we currently have available or that we currently know about, not saying it's impossible, we may have science that hasn't been revealed to us. But if it's so far ahead, when I want to do tap to pay, I've got something as big as a fucking credit card. Now I know the chip, and maybe there's a coil to power the chip. Could be a quarter, maybe a fifth, maybe even a tenth of the size of the credit card in total. I know that some Swedes just have the chip and the coil embedded in their skin, in their finger or hand, so they can just swipe and pay with their hand. But could you make it microscopic? Could you make it down to the cellular level? I don't think so. I don't think so. It's a big step. It's a big leap. I I think that goes beyond where we're at science-wise, which synthetic silicon semiconductor computer technology. These are nice words. Most computery stuff is silicon based, so I can't rule that out. Synthetic silicon semiconductor. Most semiconductors are silicon based. So those are just words that don't really say anything. Synthetic just means man-made, artificial, and then silicon, blah 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 blah. Oh, am I going to make it? I might not even make it to past. I might not make it to 5.5 hours. Never mind trying to get to 6. It's 3:30. Okay. What am I going to do, folks? I don't know if I'm going to carry on. I don't know. We certainly haven't made any progress towards 20 thumbs ups. So that's telling. We might have to call it quits in a few minutes. 3 or 4 minutes. When I get to the 5.5 hour mark, maybe. Maybe, baby. Let's have a look at my EcoFlow here. It's down to 8%. The one inside turned off at 10%. I got no power left. Hardly any power left. Well, at least my fairy lights will carry on through the night. Those batteries were fully charged. Those will be fine. Everything else I'm not sure about. Oh, shush. Did you hear the hinges? This was the hinges of the chair squeaking. That's all it was. That's what I tell you. All right, folks. I think I'm done. I've run out of conversation. You guys have gone quiet unless chat is lying to me. It has. It jammed again. Oh no, there we go. Synthetic silicon. Okay. Gives off locate me signal minimum. Gives off locate me signal. Most of the low energy chips require induction, like when you tap to pay with your card or with your phone. There's a magnetic field comes from the device, and a coil reads that. That does an induction thing, like a transformer. That does an induction thing, makes a low current to power the chip. For something like that to just be in the blood, I'm not convinced. I don't think we're anywhere near that level of micro miniaturization. I don't think so. It'd be interesting if we were, because the implications for like nanobots and things that could go hunting for cancer in the body. I told my nephews 25 years ago, I think it was, about nanobots. Little micro machines going around your body looking for cancer or HIV or whatever. They were fascinated. It's 25 years ago. I'm not sure what the progress is. I don't think it's what I thought it would have been 25 years ago. If you'd asked me then about where would we be 25 years from then, I thought we would have been a lot further along than we are now. Nanobots, nanosites, whatever you want to call them. I thought we would have been a lot further along by now. Why is it not gone anywhere? Or has it and my knowledge is just out of date? I'm not sure, folks. I'm not sure. We have just hit the 5.5 hour mark on the stream. I was 2 minutes late starting. That's why we're on 3:32. I'm going to go on another few minutes. There's a thing I do where I like a round number, and I've got a few disconnects and things, so there's probably a minute or two that I need to make up if I want to maintain. If I want to think that I finished on 5.5 hours and I end the stream and then it says 5 hours 27 because of a few disconnects, that would kind of piss me off. Even though it's silly, I know it's silly. I wonder if I'm autistic. Do you think I might be autistic a little bit? On the spectrum. Whoa! Fuck off. One of those little green beetles just flew into my head. I think we're finished, folks. I think we're done. Can you catch them missiles, Mike? I can't. Andy said something and retracted it. I'm fading. Have you ever... God, I did this the other day. I was trying to talk to Karen. I'd been watching a video and I was trying to talk to Karen in Instant Messenger. And I posted my message to the video that I was watching, not to Karen. The poor guy, Steve at not sensible prepper, something prepper. He's baffled. And I said, whoops, have you never done that? When you post a message and you think you're posting it in an instant messenger, but you end up posting it to a fucking YouTube. It wasn't a chat, it was a YouTube comment. Fuck. I did that. And it's not the first time. Fortunately, it wasn't too... Oh man, I did a really embarrassing one once. I was chatting with someone about something rude. And it went to someone else. I was in the wrong window. I was in the wrong chat. And it was... I had to explain. Oops, it was a little bit of a risque kind of conversation. And whoops, I didn't mean to send it to you. I was chatting with someone else and difficult. It happens though, doesn't it? I think most of us have probably done it. Maybe you can retract it, redact it, maybe you can delete it. Okay folks, we're on 5:33. I'm fading many times. Well, yeah, me too. Okay folks, I'm going to show you Tina and we're going to leave in the manner to which you may have become accustomed. I was going to try for 6 hours, but I'm fading. I've run out of things to talk about. It looks like you guys have run out of things to talk about as well. Here we go. Oh look. Chin on the floor. Fast asleep. Hey babe. Tina? Tina? Oh, even her name's not raising her. Okay folks. Here we go. From Tina. And from me, Delta Mike.